jump too many spaces, but you can't be replaced. You're a superstar, and I can feel you in my arms. Moving too very long, the beat is pounding out my heart. Funky until it's done, and I can see what we'll become. Keeping my obsession low. Am I insane? I'm delusional, baby. Girl, you're killing every move and breaking all the rules, and your hips don't lie, making an offer I can't refuse. Damn, that'd be the only thing I know about use your name, so I'll wear it out, and one day you might wear mine through a ring. I know I may just be a face in the crowd that doesn't faze me. I sing loud, you're a superstar, and I can feel you in my arms. So the beat is pounding out my heart. And I can see what we'll become. Am I insane? I'm delusional, baby.
Okay, yeah, that's close enough. Okay, let's get this music to not loop, because it probably will. Or, no. Okay, so I guess it stopped doing that. Minimize this. Go back over to Pretzel Rocks. There we go. So, to explain what we are doing, I have a story. Just a little bit. So, way the fuck back in January, one of my Twitch viewers, Carlos, redeemed a sketch redeem. And I thought that I had done said redeem, and I did not. And then, like, I think it was like beginning of, like, end of April or beginning of May, I was like, hey Carlos, did I ever do that thing for you? Like, did I ever get that done? And he like checked our DMs, and she's like, nah, I don't think you did. And I'm like, fuck, it's been like 4 or 5 months now. Shit. This is a problem. So I felt really bad, and I told him I would just do it as an actual commission. Because I was like, I can't, that's not really good for me to have like waited 5 months to just not do shit. So what Carlos had commissioned me for, let me try to get this opened up here in a bit, is he has an OC who is like a slime girl. Let's see if I can't get the image from my Twitter DMs here. And he wanted a sort of redesign new outfit thing for this character. So the reference images he sent me were created for this one. So he sent me this, but he said he wanted a new outfit, new stuff for her, and I was like, okay, I got you. And he sent me a big, long thing describing what the character is like, and this is kind of where I've come up to. We've already done a lot of, like, the hard work. I'm trying to decide, I actually DM'd him about this. Because the character is a slime, I was like, do I want her to have, like, normal skin tone or, like, blue? Because I feel like blue would convey that she actually is, like, a slime girl. But he said he doesn't actually care. So I guess we can just pick whichever one I feel like is the one I want to do better. So either is fine. He says it's generally human skin, though, so we probably have to do that. Yeah, waiting on AC. Yeah, I bet AC is... That's been like a running joke, right, of AC taking forever? I think it has been. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Blue or normal skin? I think I kind of like the blue. I don't only do like big single color type designs very often, or color palette-ish range. You know what I mean? It's the thing. I actually kind of like the look of this, but you know, I mean, neither are really bad. It's just kind of a, which one do I want to go with? But I think I'll just save it for later because I have a lot of other stuff I need to do with this. I'm trying to remember where I got this blue from, because I need to find colors for it. I think I have. Let's see. I know I have other Shantae style stuff that has sharper contrast for things than I usually have done, and that would be, oh hell, where did I put that? Here we go. Oh, the other Shantae style stuff I've done. Let's see, was it this color that I used for that? I can't remember. So let's turn that off for a moment. I think, yeah, that's the hair. So let's try this one. Layer, clip layer below. So is that the same? That is not the same color. Where did I get that color from? Oh, you know what? It was one of these colors I pulled from Jay's thing, but I upped the contrast on it, is what it was. That's right. So I guess we can just pick whatever. I don't think there's like a Shantae analog for this necessarily. Well, right there's probably good. There is a slime girl in Shantae that I was using for reference. I want to make sure that the shading that I do is in line with that to some extent. Even though they don't have like a thing like this necessarily. Okay, I see. So the slime girl that I used for reference, which is a lot more clearly just more like bubblegum than anything else, is this. But this is very clearly different from this, just a bit. But I can use some of this for reference ideas. This is also for the sprites and not like the character art. So I guess we'll figure that out. I do kind of like the blue skin. I do like the blue. I think it works really well, actually. I'll leave it for now. We're not going to mess with that right at the moment anyways. So let's see. How am I going to do the shading on this? We'll figure it out. How big is this? Oh, you know what? That color does not... That doesn't really work for that, does it? Even though it's the same shade, it doesn't really work the way I want. What about if we moved closer to a blue? Oh, I don't like that either. That's not too bad. That's dark enough. I could probably figure it out. Let's see. Where's my Shantae art book? I need this for reference too. Because there's different ways they do shading for different hairstyles and stuff, and it depends on the game you're looking at. So I'm trying to pull more from Seven Sirens than I do than anything else. And I use this art book pretty much all the time. It's a very good reference. Okay. Now, our hair doesn't really work like that, but I think I see how I can do this. I got an idea. I think if we do kind of like, because she's a slime, it might be a little better to have it more curvy than usual. Something like that. It's probably about where I want this. Excuse you. No, do not cut the whole layer. What is, oh, it's not referring to the layer, that's why. There you go, that's where I wanted it to go. Yeah, I won't really be able to do a lot of art streams coming up here really soon because we have a big trip to Canada coming up. So I'll be out of the country for like a week. But there will probably be a little bit more streams just more consistently because my job kind of ended a bit. Sort of. Not like entirely, but like it kind of ended a little. And I'm awaiting transfer or official transfer to a position in Georgia. So I will, unfortunately, have to be moving again, which I'm not super happy about. But you know what? I don't have a choice. It's just kind of how it is. 'Tis the nature of the work that I do, unfortunately. But on the bright side, if this works the way I want it to, then I might actually not have to move very often. I hope. Because this next project is not even really a project, it's just, yeah, you're on the job now. Like, you just have a job in a steady lab. It's not dependent on whether or not the project is finished. They just send us samples in for stuff. So, I'm looking forward to it. I think that'll be kind of fun. Whether or not I stick with that for a long time is anybody's guess, but I think it'll be fun. I got a lot of friends that live out in that area that I'll be working, so that's gonna be nice. I haven't seen a lot of those guys since I graduated college. Let's see, let's go with that. Bring that down a bit. Yeah. Nice. Also, as a reminder, even though Twitch is going to hate it, but whatever, fuck them. We are on YouTube and Twitch right now, so if you wanted to go over to the YouTube channel, that is Operation Reburn. And now that I have a little bit more time, I'll probably get a little more stuff. Speaking of YouTube, there's a Charlie. How goes it, Charlie? Oh, whoa, indeed. Yeah, that looks nice. I'll pull that up a little bit. But I have coffee. I have stuff to do. I think it's gonna be good. I might lower the opacity of this just a bit. Yeah. Put it down to like 75%. We'll add some extra details later. Hi. Yes, hello. But yeah, I'll actually have a little bit more time coming up, and I'm pretty excited about that. Like, is it really great that my job came to an extraordinarily abrupt end? Not necessarily, but at the moment, at the very least, it doesn't seem like I'm out of a job entirely, so that's a whole thing. Guess we'll see. Tell ya, art time, yeah. At least for now, because after like next week, I won't be able to do a lot of art for at least a week. Which is fine. That's fine. It's not a problem. I guess I'll fill all these in. I might have to add another layer of color into this. Like, yeah, this isn't too bad. I'll figure it out. I like doing art, and I like doing this style. Like, unlike this style, which I have another story about this later, this style is really tedious and takes a lot of time. The Shantae style of stuff is actually, like, super cute, and it doesn't really take that long comparatively, and I really like doing it. It's a lot of fun. I want to do more stuff with it in the future. We're going on an adventure. We are. We're gonna have poutine, which I will say this again because it's necessary to say. I, as an American, did not know what poutine was, and as a result, my brain concocted what it thought poutine was, which was vastly not correct. So I have always thought that poutine was like a sort of dessert type thing. And it is not. It is absolutely not a dessert. And I don't know why I thought it was a dessert, but my brain was like, it's a dessert, obviously. It must be. But no, it's not. And my brain, like, the mental image I have of poutine is like, I think the best thing I can think to describe it is sort of like a donut hole coated in cinnamon. Like cinnamon and sugar stuff. That's what my brain thinks poutine is. And I know that's not what it is, but that's what I think it is. For whatever reason, my brain has decided that's what it is. So anytime somebody says poutine, that's my mental image. I'm like, yeah, okay, apparently this is where we're at now, for whatever reason. Why? I don't know. That's anybody's guess. Sugary stuff would be delicious, though. Well, Canada's like the land of maple syrup, so we'll probably get some good stuff out of that. Usually if it's just a meat sausage loaf. Yeah, I think that's probably closer to what it actually is. It's not like what I thought it was. I was way off. Like way the fuck off. Which is kind of funny. But you know what? It's fine. I might have fucked that up, but it's okay. That's not really correct. Let's go here. About right there should be about where I want that. I've also had a lot of coffee today, so if I have to take frequent potty breaks, you guys will know why. I haven't talked about this on stream, but I want to talk about it if this person decides they want to come back and watch stuff that I do. I got a notification the other day that somebody commented on one of my recent streams, and they were like, "You have a very deep voice for a lady," and as I was so amused by that comment, like actually, not insulted or no, I don't care. It's hilarious, and I couldn't think of a good way to like respond to it because I'm like, I don't know how to really explain that like the model, like that's Coco, like Coco is separate from me. I guess like on the stream right now we have like Obsi Bot, who I guess I have covered up by a top net pat, but I can turn that off really quick. So you have Obsi Bot, which is like part of it, but like Coco and Obsi share a body in the story of that. So I can't really blame people just popping in who don't understand that because I don't really explain it all that well, and that's kind of part of the purpose of me writing a comic. But I was very amused by that comment. So random person, if you happen to be watching this art stream, which I don't know if you will be or not, thank you. That was hilarious. I was very, very amused by that. Because I am not a lady, as it turns out. I just use a lady model. Because she's cute, and I like using her. So. I have often wondered, though, not about this specifically, but I have wondered for a long time if I were to get her voiced by someone, like what kind of voice would I give her? And I really don't know. Like I haven't really come to a good consensus on that. Of like if Coco were to be actually voiced by someone, how would I convey that? And I've thought about this for a long time, and I really don't have a good answer. So if you guys looking at her character design and you have an idea about what you think she might sound like, let me know. I'm very curious. Coco cute, yeah. If you have ideas about what you think she should sound like, tell me. I'm very, very curious. I couldn't think of anything. Not offhand anyway. I have to pay a voice actress to do some stuff for her eventually. I do want to do more animation stuff. I'm hoping that before I go to Canada, I can do another short or TikTok of stuff with Coco. It might take me a minute but I would like to do some stuff with that. So maybe I'll get a chance to. I hope anyway. I've got a few jokes because I want people to get to know my characters a little better. And that includes the ones outside of Coco. That's like Pulse and Mai, Enya and Aeon, Obsi, the villains of the story. I got a lot of stuff I want people to get to know, but I have to continue working on that if my life will ever decide that it wants to give me opportunities to do that. It's kind of hard to like work on stuff when your job just kind of ends. You know, it makes things a little difficult, just a tad. Just a bit difficult. Coco voice is Serval. You think? Hold on. Let's go listen to Serval's sound bites. Dario Serval voice lines. Let's listen to. I'll just put some on the background here. Let's see. How does Serval sound?
Hi, the name's Serval Landau. I'm a Bellabog mechanic. Of course, that's really just what I do on the side.
Yeah, you know, I could see it.
My main occupation.
I could see that.
You start work this early?
Huh.
Signing off now. Time to get some songwriting going.
Yeah, I could totally see that. Absolutely. That's a good suggestion. I like that. Not that it is going to really help me hire somebody, but that's a good vocal direction. I like that. Which reminds me that Star Rail's voice acting, man, they are so good. Like, the English voice cast is actually really solid. I've been nothing but impressed with their voice casting thus far. It hasn't really been, like, even when I was playing the beta, I was impressed with, like, the casting for things and how they handled the characterization and stuff. I was like, yo, this is, like, actually really good. Which is, I feel like, kind of rare for a lot of things like that. Like, I know we streamed Star Rail when it was, like, launch day. And, I said the same thing there. But, like, yeah, it's surprisingly pretty solid. I did not expect them to do that well with it. Yeah, totally. Serval's a good one. I'll have to think of the other characters too, because I would like to do a few shorts with them here or there. If I can get people to act for some of them, and I can like script out a few things, that could be really fun. I wanted to do this for a long time, even before VTubing was done. Like, I had original ideas for like Aeon and Enya, and I wanted to do things for them too. And I've made jokes about what my mental image of some of their discussions are. And yeah, some of them are pretty fun. Like how Enya is the one who has a very, very thick Irish accent. But Aeon's the one that actually acts, I guess you could say, more in line with like that. I don't want to necessarily go as far as say stereotypes, but I guess for lack of a better word, stereotypes. So Aeon's the one that's more stereotypically Irish, whereas like Enya's the one that sounds Irish. That was the original joke, and I made a lot of gags with that, of like kind of leaning into the goofiness of what I wanted to do with them. I still want to do more of that too, because I think it'd be fun. Actually, while we're traveling in Canada, I might do a bit of work with that, assuming I can get access to some internet. If we're not doing anything, you know, might be a thing I end up doing. Serval. That's an interesting one. I never would have thought of that offhand. I think I'm not gonna put it on this. I'm gonna just do like that, maybe. No, that didn't work. F. I might move that little circle, but we'll deal with that in a moment. It's fine. I'm trying to think who else I would cast for some of these other characters, but I don't really know. Obviously, I can't afford like to pay things very often, especially right now with my job being kind of up in the air. But in the future, I might look into finding some, you know, pretty good talent and just having them like, hey, what do you charge for this? I want to know. Tell me so I can like hire you very briefly to read a couple of lines. That's all I want. People tell me that Fiverr is really good for that, but I haven't really given it much thought. Fiverr, from what I understand, is kind of a mixed bag, so I don't think I'm gonna use that right now. I'll put that right there. Yeah. Yeah. That works. This just felt like a good art day. Like I was getting up today. I didn't really do a whole lot. Yesterday I was gonna do more art stuff, and I got a lot of the line art of this done and the good sketch stuff that I was trying to do. There's still a lot more that I could have been doing, and I really didn't do as much as I probably should have yesterday. 'Tis a problem. I think I will add another one of these up here. Seems like a good idea. Might move it though. So this character, of which I don't know much about other than what was sent to me in DMs, I kind of like the aesthetic. There's a few things that they told me about this character that I'm like, I don't really know what to do with this information. What's the problem? I don't remember. Well, I say things and then my brain forgets all of it immediately. That's what this is. That's the real problem. I don't know. Look, Charlie, you should know by now that if you ask an Obsidian what was going on, an Obsidian is not going to remember. I'm going to forget almost immediately. This is how that works. I don't know why this happens, it just does. Yeah, so this character is not one of mine. This is an original design, but not an original character. Does that make sense? And there's something about this character that I never knew how to convey properly. And even now, I'm not really sure what I would even do to do that. Which is, like, what they said is that this character is, like, a magical girl. And one of her powers is that because she's a magical girl, when she strikes a pose, she can hop between fucking realities. And that's like something that's tied to her skirt. And I didn't really know how to convey jumping realities via a skirt. Like, I'm not really sure how to do that, really. So I elected just to go for the design that we have to kind of lean more into the fact that she's a slime. Because I feel like that's easier to kind of convey to some extent. And I don't know. There's a lot going on with that I was like, I have zero idea how I would even begin to convey that information. That's something that would probably have to be done in like an animation or something, not in like a still image. Because like, how do you convey that? Like what do you even do? And I really have no idea, honestly. So like this design, it's sort of kind of like what I did with Mako. Like Mako's design was like a sort of retrofuturism kind of thing. And this has like a sort of 1950s kind of vibe in its own way. And I feel like that actually works pretty well for this. But yeah, I don't know how you would really convey that information. Zoom, yeah, there's a lot of zooms. Got the zoomies. Let's see, I'm gonna turn off this layer for a second because we're gonna do something else. See, how does this work? No, that's not what I want. And then up here, it's gonna go like that. I think, yeah. Let's turn off the shadows as well. So I can start filling in these spaces. Yeah, this design was a fun challenge to come up with something. And I think that what I ended up coming up with was actually pretty fun. Like it was a pretty fun design. Is it perfect? No, but I think it's pretty solid for what it is. It's not often that I really get to work on other people's designs. Like I work with my own characters so much that you kind of forget what it's like to work with other people's characters. Working with other people's characters can be kind of fun. It exposes you to different like styles of creation and stuff that you don't normally get to see. Nope, that's not the right layer. What is the right layer? Not that one. Oh no, wait, hold on. Yeah, that's where we want to be in, and not this one. Why did you clip through when you're not supposed to? What are you doing? Stop that. Let's see, then we can drop this back down to 25%. Then add the rest. Yeah, that's fun. That looks like slime hair. Nice. It's a good start on this. Wait, my phone, was that my phone? Who dare just send me a ping? Who dare? Oh, I see. It's a friend of mine from college. Well, I will talk to her later. Okay, where's my pen? I can't lose my pen. Yeah! That's fun. Maybe I should go darker on that layer here. Maybe not too dark. Maybe 80%. Let's try multiply, see if that does anything. That's probably too dark. Let's try darker color maybe. brightness. No, that's not right. Saturation. Well, that's interesting. Not necessarily what I was going for, but divide. Difference. No, difference is not what we want. Darken. I was going to go darker, but I think I'll leave it at that for the moment. You know what? I'm going to leave this color down there, and I'm gonna do something kind of different. We're gonna try a thing. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a folder. Why? Hold on. Why? Why are you gone now? What? Oh, because it's clipped it below. That's why. Yeah, don't do that. Stop that. I'm gonna try something. No, we don't need the slime girl. I don't need the reference image. What I need is this, because I need to steal that color. So I got an idea. Let's see, how does this work? It's probably gonna be, that's gonna be dark. Is that really the same color? I know it is, but like, man. Oh yeah, that totally works. Hell yeah. Works smarter, not harder. Let's go. That totally works. Rad. This is how we roll. We got it all sorted. Alright, where is my reference for this? Let's see. Let's go here. And it goes like that. And have a little curvy thing here. There will be a thing there, but I'm not worried about it right now. We just gotta clean this all up, make it look nice. We'll get it all sorted out. It'll be fine. Let's see. How does this one work? How is that going to work? Let's see. Maybe there's another reference image I can look at. Well, none of these poses have reference for how this is supposed to work. Or, you know, I could try something else. I'll do a different kind of shading thing. I'll do this. And then I'm going to come down like that, and then up this way. Like that, yeah. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see. Might have to go take a toilet break here in a second. How do I want to handle this? Like, that's probably fine. Gotta go undrink the water. Yes, I do. I drink the water, I go to a place to undrink the water, then I leave, then I gotta drink more water. Guess where that water ends up? Not in me. I give the water to my body, and like a child, it tosses it out and demands more. That video might be one of my favorite like shitposty things of all time. It's so good. Absolutely legendary. All right, and we can turn that on. Look at that. Look at how nice that looks. Shading. But we're not done yet, because now I gotta do probably just a pure white on this one. Swap over to that. I'm just gonna go close this out, go here, up above that. Where is my mouse? Mouse, where did you go? Let's see. Let's go up a little bit. Yep, that should be fine. Nope, damn it. That close enough? Kinda. Not really accurate to what I wanted to do here. I know how to fix it though. Nope. Brush, could you do what I wanted you to, please? No, stop it. There we go, thank you. There we go, that's good enough. I might erase that one though. And that. But I think I'll do this one a little better. I might move it there instead. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted my eraser. Obsidian Hoy, Hyzon, welcome. Welcome to the stream while I work on a commission. How is you? What it do? Eating breakfast. How are you? I'm all right. I'm doing pretty good. Gonna have to take a potty break here in just a moment, but I had too much coffee, is what it was. Bit of an issue, but it's one that is easily resolvable because my toilet is like right over there. I know I just pointed somewhere and none of you can see it, but it's not important. Don't worry about it. So I told this story earlier when we started stream, but it's been a little bit, so I'll tell it again. The story behind this commission. Yeah, because it's a little embarrassing. So I will repeat myself with it. So, on my Twitch, there's a redeem for a sketch request. If you've been here for a while, you're familiar with the sketch request redeem. And one of my longtime viewers, Carlos, redeemed a sketch request. Didn't really know what he wanted to do initially, and then he sent me a DM on Twitter about what he wanted, which was a new outfit for one of his OCs. And I legitimately forgot about it. Like, actually. I thought I had done it. I thought I had done it good, and turns out I didn't, and I completely forgot. And I felt terrible. Because I messaged him later, and I was like, did I ever do that thing for you? And he's like, nah, you didn't. And I'm like, fuck! I fucked up. So because I felt bad, I decided I would do a full commission for him and do like actual character art in the Shantae style for his character. Because I felt terrible. I felt so bad. I was like, shit. I didn't mean to do that. That was not cool of me. Carlos was very understanding, and if he ever watches this, thanks for your understanding, my guy. I certainly appreciate it. I legitimately just gapped it entirely, and I'm like, I feel so bad. Like, actually terrible for this. So I told him that I would do a full thing for him, and that's what this is we're working on his Slime Girl character. New outfit design for her. I gave her new hairstyle. Basically an entire new design, but in the Shantae style, and that's why we're here, is because now I'm doing what I should have done back in January. It's just, you know, sometimes the obsidian do what the obsidian do, and it was a mess. But I am rectifying said mess, so it's fine, I hope. Yeah, we gotta do this one now. Love the design. Yeah, it's super cute. Here, let me see if I can find... I have the original art pulled up, so you can see what this is. It's somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, Twitter DMs. So the original design that Carlos sent me, he sent me a few of his OCs. Copy image. This was the reference image that I was given. He said he wanted a new outfit for her. And like new official art and stuff. And I was like, okay, cool, I can do that. So using this and the character design stuff he gave me, I turned that into this. Because she's a slime girl. And I asked this morning about like what he wanted for skin tone, because I think this is probably closer to the concept. But for me, I'm like, if she's a slime, I feel like blue kind of works to convey that she's a slime. But I mean, we've seen anime doesn't worry about that. So either one of these would work, I think. I'm keeping the blue as like a clipped on layer, so we can come to that later if we want to. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at with this, is I just designed an entire new thing for this. Which was a pretty fun exercise, honestly. I don't, like I said this earlier, that I don't really get a chance to design or to work on designs for other people's characters. I just kind of tend to do my own stuff. I don't really do what other people design. And I think that it would behoove me to occasionally draw other people's stuff. Hence why I will be taking on commissions in a while. I have prices set up, so I do have that. Prices are set up. I do have that ready to go. It's just I need to make a commission sheet. So yeah, I'm absolutely going to be taking on some commissions for sure. So if you're interested, stay tuned, I guess. Actually, it reminds me. I saw a post today. It came from some other like channel or something that I saw, and they were like, "What does your family think of your art?" And I guess I can have a little story time about that. So my parents are generally supportive for the most part, but I don't think they really understand what I do. Like at all. I don't think they really get how any of what I do works or how that's supposed to function. So I think they're just a little confuzzled about it. So there's a bit of a disconnect between my parents and me when it comes to what Obsidian actually does. Because I am a scientist by trade. Like that's what my full-time job is. But also I don't think they really get at all what I do. I tried to explain it, and I think they just confused them more. And I'm like, well, can't be helped, I suppose. Like whenever I show my mom stuff, she generally is of the camp that I could take commissions and I could be doing what I do professionally. Because the actual quality of what I do is generally pretty good, right? Do all the things, yeah. Like I would say, generally speaking, I do operate on a professional level to some extent. I think that especially in the last few years as I've been working on my craft, I've gotten a lot better at what I do. And I could do this professionally. I have very high standards for myself and how I do my art and things. But, you know, being an artist in 2023 is kind of pain. It is very hard to do things. But I will try. And hence why I said we'll probably be taking on some commissions here in a while, because I feel like it would probably be a good idea. And I think it'd be fun. Oh no, what is that in? What is this layer in? Oh no. What is that in? Is that in the purple? Is that the line art? Okay, yeah, it's in the line art. Okay, but where in the line art? Is it that layer? No. It's this layer. Okay. Go away, little dot. Shoo. Pain how? So being an artist, okay, there's like some broader things that are happening right now, like the AI art stuff, which is a whole big fucking mess. That makes communicating with those people is nigh impossible in my opinion, because a lot of them are like kind of just against the humanities, as it were. But that's not really the bigger issue. The bigger issue with being a creator in 2023 is that to be an illustrator, you have a huge amount of competition. And you have to not only be a good illustrator, you have to be a good business person. You have to be good at marketing, at building your business, building your brand, knowing how a lot of that stuff works. And there's so much behind the scenes that goes into being a good illustrator and being a successful, like, job-wise illustrator, that for somebody like me, who is not really like, I'm not really a business-minded person. I never really have been. It's kind of difficult. And I've seen, like, you'll see it all the time, like people talking about what it was like to be on the creator grind, and it sucks, right? Like being a creator is very hard, especially if you're not a business-minded person, and that is just one of those unavoidable things of being online and trying to do this stuff. Is you have to be good at marketing. You have to be a lot of things to be able to really do this. I don't know that I personally feel very confident in my ability to do that. I feel like I need to do a lot more research on like marketing and stuff to really be kind of where I think I should be as a creator. I've famously been kind of against doing stuff from a business perspective. I just try to keep my stuff focused on being about artistic expression. But like ideally that would be how you would have to do things, but obviously we do not live in an ideal world. And so it tends to be more of, if you don't cater to people to some extent, you won't really build an audience at all. Like, it'd be great if I could just do like OC shit constantly, and that'd be the only way that I get followers. But like, reality is no, that's not how that works. Not that I have anything against doing fan art or stuff, or, you know, doing whatever, but the few artists who actually have built followings by just doing their own OC stuff, like, that's the exception, not the rule. As much as I hate to admit that is the exception. The whole thing with AI is a non-issue because the AI crowd were never interested in real art to begin with. I mean, yeah. The bigger thing I think with AI art is more so, it's not individuals that are the problem, it's corporations. There's a big legal issue that I think is being sorted out right now where you can't copyright that stuff. Like, in the US anyway, you can't copyright that. Like, it's just, there's not a way to do it. And a lot of corporations are trying their damnedest to get rid of people who actually have jobs in the industry to replace them with AI. And that's actually happening. It's not because people think that it's actually good or whatever. It's just companies think they can cut out the middleman and save money by doing it. And that's actually a problem. And that's why there's a lot of lawsuits. Outside of just like AI stuff is built on scraping data from everyone without their consent. I think that a lot of artists wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it if they were just asked for permission. And they're not. Their stuff is just taken without their consent on the internet. And that's kind of an issue, particularly when it's being actively used by companies to replace writers, to replace artists, to replace all these things that people actually want to do. Which, like, yeah, sure, you could use it as a tool, and, like, that'd be its own thing. And there have been some very interesting stuff that came out of doing that. But, again, that's not, like, the way that you're seeing it being traditionally used. And it can be rather frustrating. I don't feel like art is ever going to go away because of AI. I feel like right now the bigger problem is just, will corporations continue to try to like fuck people over and not let them actually do their jobs because I think a bot can do it better. Of course, the whole thing of calling it AI to begin with is a bit of a misnomer, considering that they literally have teams of people who have to go through and like sift through all the actual test data to make sure that there's not like hateful stuff and things like that and whatever else. Like ChatGPT is built off like a slew of people who are underpaid who are having to sift through all that training or sift through all the training data. So it's not even really artificial intelligence as it's being marketed. It's still people having to go through and tell it what to use and what not to use. I feel like its utility is definitely questionable at best. I'm just concerned how companies are gonna, because it's kind of like, I guess to give it another like unflattering comparison, how it's being used right now is not really any different from what happened with NFTs. Is like companies don't really understand what it is. Or maybe they do, and they realize that they can use it as like a scam. And it's being used very quickly. Everyone's jumping onto it without fully knowing what's happening. And then eventually it's going to crash. And it won't be used anymore because they'll realize that they can't do that. That it's a big legal problem. It'll cause them to lose faith in that industry or whatever. Said Apple is cracking down on employees not using ChatGPT because of the scrubbing, the bug where it began. Yeah, it's a mess. Like, I honestly don't think for a second that it's going to last very long. Like I said, there's huge legal issues with ChatGPT and things like that. Like, so many legal problems that come from that. And I don't see that happening when companies realize that it's not profitable. Oh god, if Marvel tried to use AI VFX, ugh, their stuff already looks like shit anyway. Like that's the real hot take with this shit today, is that Marvel movies' effects look fucking terrible. They have gotten noticeably worse over the years. And I already know that, like, that's not the animator's fault. That's literally just Marvel trying to fuck them out of paying them properly. Like, that's all that really is. Marvel doesn't want to pay them. I mean, isn't that exactly why there's, like, a fucking writer's strike right now in Hollywood? Is because companies like Marvel are trying to get out of, like, paying people properly. So instead of paying them, they're like, yeah, we'll just replace you with AI and shit, and we're not going to bother to pay you correctly anyway. They're all, like, underpaid, having a miserable time of it, and I'm like, yeah, fucking good job, dudes. You really nailed it. Truly. You guys remember when, like, we were told that AI was supposed to be, like, replacing all the mundane, repetitive things that no one wanted to do? It was supposed to, like, revolutionize stuff so we could all focus on things that were fun. And instead, they've just been using AI to kind of replace all the things that are actually fun so we can continue to, like, serve late-stage capitalist companies. You remember that? When they're like, yeah, you can do art and music and all this stuff, and now they're like, AI music, AI art, AI writers. It's like you're literally cutting out all the things that were supposed to be fun that we wanted to do. What the fuck? What is this shit? Stop that. That's not what we wanted. Nobody wanted this. Stop it. Get some help. It'd be what it'd be, I suppose. We don't have to be happy about it then. It's time to stop, really. It's very frustrating to see that happening. Like, I'm not an illustrator for my full-time job. Like, again, I'm a scientist first and foremost. And there are things that bots could do that I do for my job, but it is very frustrating as an illustrator to see how this stuff is being used to hurt people that I know in like trying to do this stuff for a job, people who I follow and respect, who are having a hard time with their work. Well, messing with those 4chan and weebs creating copies. You know what? You know what the actual only ethical use for that shit actually is? Shit posting. The fucking, like, presidents playing Minecraft together, like that shit. That's hilarious, right? Like, do that, sure. Like, it's not for monetary gain. It's not corporations trying to fuck over people. It's just for the fucking memes. Do that. That's great. That's hilarious. We all appreciate that. Like, that's fine. But this bullshit of, like, trying to replace everything about what we do as people and self-expression and things like that, like, don't do that. Why? I did see something today, actually, that does have me a little concerned. You guys might remember the shitload of ads for Replica, like that AI chatbot girlfriend thing. Now, I don't know if you kept up with what happened with that, but, like, it kind of became like a sex bot thing for people. And the Replica thing was kind of a fucking mess. Because it was extremely unhealthy. And we've already seen this kind of stuff play out. In, like, Japan, they have similar stuff that's been around for a long time. It was very unhealthy for them. It's not... Yeah, it's cringe as fuck. It's really bad. And I just saw today that, like, Amaranth is creating one. It's like the AI Amaranth app that just launched, like, yesterday, I think. And it's, to quote, give her fans what they need kind of a thing. And I'm like, this feels really, really, really not good. Like you should not do that. Especially because, okay, with the Replica thing, it's cringe. It's pretty bad. And I was like, okay, like the Replica thing was already kind of weird. But at least with, like, the Replica thing, it's not a real person, right? Like, at least with that, it's not real. It can't, like, lead to issues. The problem with doing, like, what Amaranth was talking about, in my opinion, is, like, you're a real-ass person, and you have fans that are trying to form, like, parasocial relationships with you, and you're only enabling that behavior, and that's not healthy. Like, I saw that today, and I was like, this can't be fucking real. Like, there's no way that that's fucking real. But no, it absolutely is, and I was just immediately like, no. Please, no. It's talking about, yeah, it's gonna be extremely not good, and I saw that and I was like, this can't go well at all. Like, this is not gonna go well. It's gonna enable, like, toxic fans. It's gonna ew, no, God, it's like, I know like it's gonna be really successful, like from a business perspective, it's gonna make like a lot of fucking money. There's no question about that in my mind. But like from an ethical perspective, I feel like that's so questionable. Like that really doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, like it's gonna make a lot of fucking money. 100% that. Like, you can't really argue with it from like a business decision because it's gonna be successful. Like, that's gonna make money. And that's kind of the purpose of it. Like, it's gonna make fucking money. No question about that. It's just, for me, I'm like, ethically, that feels pretty dubious. Like, that feels like maybe not a thing that should exist. That feels really, really not good. This whole thing with AI, like, I've seen so many things like that, though, of just really questionable decisions. I'm like, did anybody actually consider the issues that this can create, like the problems that this is going to be? Like, there's so many ways that you could use AI ethically, and none of that is what we're seeing at all. And it kind of sucks. I would have liked to see more interesting and ethical uses of that, but instead we're getting whatever the hell things are now. So, take with that what you will. I never liked it. I don't know if you're familiar with Korean term, but it absolutely can encourage I don't know that word. Also, probably getting money from encouraging unhealthy relationships. Yeah, like that's in the U.S. I think we just refer to it as parasocial. It's just parasocial relationships, which are already toxic and already lead to harassment of creators. It already leads to false expectations and a lot of like really unhealthy things. I know that there are a lot of creators who have catered to that because it's successful. It makes them money, and for me, I don't know. That just doesn't feel right. It feels wrong. I can't support that of any form, regardless of what it is. It just doesn't seem right to me. All right. Also, I really do have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me just a moment. And we're back. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not worried about AI art taking my job as an artist. Like, just because AI exists doesn't mean I'm gonna like stop doing art. It's just I'm not gonna make a whole lot of money from it, and I'm just concerned about how that usage is going to pan out in the future. It just feels like there's a lot of really gross, icky usage for that's been happening lately because people find it, you know, monetarily valuable to do, and I don't know. That doesn't sit right with me. This isn't to like encourage people to send hate to others or whatever, but like, I just personally can't get behind that. You can rest assured that you'll never see Obsidian do shit like that. That won't happen as far as I'm concerned, because I won't do it. In fact, whenever I start taking commissions, I will have... well, I need to make a contract, like an actual contract, that specifies those kinds of things, because I don't want people submitting my art, even if my art is like derivative in a lot of ways. I don't want my art to be used to train AI data. Personally, not a fan, don't want it. Don't do that. And I will have to make a clause of like, hey, you can't use my art for this. It was the same thing like when NFTs came out. Like I didn't want my art to be used for NFTs either, because it's just kind of fucking dumb. I'd prefer it if my stuff wasn't used for that. Not that people are really going out of their way to use my stuff for that, mind you, but it is just like a thing. 'Tis my preference. Kind of reminds me of a joke I wanted to make, and I was going to make this, and I missed my chance, and now I can't find the original post for it. You guys, have you seen the thing? It's like, you there, Twitter artist, how did you build your followers or whatever? And I'm like, man, you guys have followers? You guys are getting follows? What? That's happening? What? Excuse me? That's been like my running joke for a long time. I do hope to change that though. Once I get like settled in my new job, a new place that I'm going to be moving to and things like that, I'm really hoping that I can devote a bit of time and finances into an advertising budget. Because like I said before, I have a pretty solid amount of confidence in the quality of work that I do. I think that, you know, I might not be the most perfect artist out there, but I think that for what I do and how it gets handled, I do pretty well. And I think that if I paid for an advertising budget, that might actually help people discover what I do. So maybe some people who would find value in what I create can find it better. Because trying to play the numbers game for when things may or may not actually work out, you know, like I don't like playing that game. I'd rather spend a little bit of money on some advertising. Will it be perfect? Will it guarantee anything? No, but I think I would rather do that. I will try, no guarantees, but I will try to make more like YouTube videos and stuff too. I'm hoping that I can. I have a lot of like Honkai lore videos I want to do and things like that, which we've talked about many times on this channel. But there are a lot of things I still want to work on, and it's just finding the time to do it. So, you know, is that the color I want to use for this? I don't think so. Let's try darken. Or multiply maybe? I think I like that. That's a mood, yeah. Like, working full time makes this kind of a hard thing to do. Like, it's not easy working full time and trying your best to also manage a full-time content creator vibe. it's a lot going on. Starter followers, at least the people I follow, are pretty much growing circles, like 5 small accounts that help each other. Yeah, I would really like that, personally. The collab meta is a real thing that's been around. Like, it's not new. Like, that's been known, tried, true, and tested for a long time. That, like, having 5 people who constantly work back and forth with each other and playing off each other is a very good decision. I just don't feel like I have 5 other people who also are creators that we do that with. Like, Cherry and I are really close friends, and like we constantly bounce off each other a lot. But like having like an actual consistent small group of people that we do things together all the time and things like that, like be it Twitter or TikTok or YouTube or Twitch or whatever, I don't feel like I've ever really had that personally. So that kind of makes some things a little difficult for me. Trying to do like the collab meta when I can't really have people around that do collab shit with me. Obsidian got no friends. I mean, that would be nice to change eventually. And I joke, but you know, it is actually an issue trying to find, like, yeah, we need a few more. Yeah, we need some people. Finding people that you vibe with is already kind of hard. I've had multiple discussions with people about my personal view of how I think I am perceived and how I think that my like content and stuff is perceived, and it definitely has. There are some hang-ups that some people have about how I communicate, which has been a thing. And I am working to try to find ways to improve that so there's less confusion and issues about my intent and kind of where I come from on stuff. Which is its own thing, but I'm still trying to find ways to balance being true to the kind of person that I am and what I want to do versus like catering to people or trying to, you know, appeal to their sensibilities and things. You guys do fan art of the small artists, OCs, small artists love their OCs? Yeah, absolutely. To talk about OCs, hold on. I can empathize with that. Where are my girls? Here we go, yeah. Look at my fucking girls, man. This is not all of them. But I have had a lot of these characters for years. And I love every single fucking one of them. They're my girls. I love every one of them for different reasons. And some of them have been around here for a long time, for years. And others not so much. But yeah, this smaller artists loving their OCs. My OCs are my girls. I love every single one of them. Which is why I'm working on a comic with them. It's because I love them. And I want more stuff for them. So other people can come to appreciate them the same way that I do. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Is that eventually I can do that. Yeah, doing fan art stuff. Like, fan art is definitely a way to grow followers as an illustrator. That is very much true. I don't do fan art nearly as often as I should, to say the least. It's something that I'm kind of thinking about changing, is just doing a variety of fan art, because like this right here is a commission, but it does kind of hit in that same vein of like doing art for other people when I haven't normally done that in the past. Because again, being an artist, fourth one from the left. Hold on, let me reopen that. Where was it? Hold on. Fourth from the left. Oh yeah, the purple one, right? This one here in the middle. That's Aeon. Hold on. Let me do a new thing. Why? Oh, that's an eraser. That's why. You're talking about this one, yes? That's Aeon. Aeon's good. And this one is her sister, Enya. Obviously, you've seen Coco. Like, this is the VTuber mascot, or whatever, if you want to call it. Like, in context of the lore, she's not a VTuber, but that's my channel mascot. And then you have Obsi Bot, which is me, this little gremlin. You have Pulse over here. Pulse is like a ninja type thing. I'll have to explain that later. Veda over here. Veda is probably the oldest OC that I have currently. I think her original design, which is dramatically different from this, came out in 2015? Yeah, something like that. And then over here you've got Mako on the side. Mako is a cat girl. Veda is like a reporter. Enya is an engineer. Aeon is simultaneously like a sort of diva, but also a hacker, which is the whole thing. Coco is a variety of things. It's kind of hard to explain. I have actual character summaries, but some of that contains spoilers, so we can't really talk about that. And I have others. So we have this character who I'm working on right now. This is Mai. Mai is an idol. Yeah. I thought it was art because we've had good lengthy conversation before, and there are people I've run into where it's like, oh wow, they remind me a lot of Obsidian, but they're making me irritated because they sound like an asshole. Yeah, you know, I do think that there are people who think that I'm like a dick for like no reason, because I'm very opinionated as like a person. Like I'm very strongly opinionated. I very much defend my opinions. And when people come at me with stuff, I think that they think that I'm there to pick a fight, which I'm not at all. I don't really care to pick fights, but I will, if you have an opinion that differs from mine, I'm going to challenge you on it. So you have to be ready to like defend that. Because I like to think about things. I overthink everything. Like it's something that I can't really like separate out. Like I have to compulsively analyze everything around me, be it movies, video games, stuff like that, because I have a need to try to get the most correct understanding of something that I can. It's not that I need to be right, it's that I want to understand things, and I have a need to find what is the most accurate understanding of whatever it is we're talking about. Thanks, Charlie. I try very hard to understand things, and when people... what I've run into over the years is that people aren't necessarily used to having people challenge their opinions and their perspectives. They're not really used to having people be very opinionated on something differently and also understand it enough to be able to challenge it toe to toe. People aren't used to that. And a lot of people, because they tie their interests very closely to their own, identities, they take it as a personal attack on who they are, as opposed to just a discussion, which is what I'm trying to have. And while I do get very loud and I get very passionate, it isn't because I'm angry or I'm trying to be an asshole. It's that I'm trying to understand things, and I'm very passionate about it. Like, one thing that one of my old college friends has pointed out is, like, when you talk to me, you're like, well, shit, like, Obsidian is so critical of everything. He must not enjoy anything. One of my old friends pointed out that, like, for me, it's kind of the opposite of that. That, like, when I criticize something, it's usually because I have a, like, deep respect for it. Or that I like. Like, I'm very critical of the things that I like a lot. Jurassic Park is a great example. I fucking love Jurassic Park. I've seen that first movie literally hundreds of times. I fucking love that movie so much. But I'm also very, very critical of that series. And I have some varying opinions about it, some of which comes from me being, somebody who wanted to do paleoscience, and also from a perspective of somebody who just really enjoys film and filmmaking and film history. So whenever I talk about this stuff, I'm trying to argue like a few different points and perspectives, because I have a lot of critical views about it, but that doesn't really negate my enjoyment of the film, right? Like, I still love those movies, and I would still watch the fuck out of them even now. Like, I watched the first Jurassic Park a couple months ago, and I was like, damn, like, this movie fucking slaps still. Like, it's still an absolute fucking banger. I love this movie. But a lot of people, I think they have this thing in their head where they're like, oh, well, because Obsidian was critical, he must hate it. He must hate everything. He must not enjoy stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm the only things I actively dislike are really, really stupid, ill-informed takes. When you try to make a claim about something and there's no evidence to back it up, you're just kind of being a dick, or you're being, like, blinded by nostalgia. And that extends to things that I like, very much so. I've talked about, like, Tomb Raider before being a thing like that, where, as much as I love Tomb Raider, sometimes the Tomb Raider fandom is fucking stupid. And sometimes there are people in that fandom who have really, really shitty opinions that aren't really rooted in reality. And I'm very critical of those opinions because they're kind of hateful, and ultimately they're not really giving credit where credit is due for the things that need to be credited. Or they're just being like, oh, woe is me, I'm just mad because my nostalgia glasses weren't catered to in this instance. Or there'll be things that I don't really necessarily personally have like a huge investment in. So things like Zelda, where like I don't really get anything out of playing Zelda games, right? Like I have no real attachment to that. Like I played the original one on the SNES or whatever and things like that, but I have no real attachment to it. But I have a deep respect for that series and what it's done, because there are some very impressive things that have come out of that. But a lot of people are like, oh, well, Obsidian criticizes Zelda, so he must fucking hate Zelda. He must have like a hate boner for Zelda. And I'm like, not really. I've always had a respect for it, but when people say things like, oh, such and such thing plagiarized it, like, no, it didn't. No, it fucking did not. That's just stupid. And it's... communicating on the internet is kind of exhausting, because people will take what you say in, like, the worst possible way. I think that the term I saw used was, like, you could say, I don't particularly like oranges. And someone like, so you hate grapefruits and apples too? It's kind of like that. Or it's like, oh, I don't like pancakes. And I'm like, well, you must fucking hate waffles, and you asshole. But, like, that was never said. That was never what it was about. It was always something else. And you took something from that was never the intention. Just because you're insecure, or you just want to argue with people about something. And I don't really see any benefit to that. I like having conversations. I like discussing things. I like giving things the credit that it deserves. And a lot of people on the internet just aren't capable of having those kinds of discussions. then it's going to be stressed of fight or flight response and think of discussions or confrontations. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it is. And I think that when people discuss with me, they think that they're going to, like, come at me and I'll back down. But, like, usually if I engage in any sort of conversation, it's because I'm prepared. I have data. I have sources. I have things to back up my claims. And what I found is that a lot of the time when I discuss with people, it's because they don't have that context. They don't have the understanding or the research behind it, and they're coming from either regurgitating YouTuber opinions or their own personal biases that they don't want to recognize or a thing. And it is rather frustrating because there is so much nuance in discussing things, and people want easy answers. They want things to be simple, and unfortunately, things aren't simple a lot of the time. Things are very complicated, and it requires a lot of research to really talk on that on an equal footing and level, and people just aren't willing to do that, which sucks. It's not what I wanted things to be, but you know, talking on the internet, it's just sometimes you have to choose your battles and choose them correctly, because there are some people who are just out there just to be an asshole just because. It's not because they actually care about whether or not it's correct or valid or whatever. They just want to fight. And that's not really useful. I see no point in that. Other people, though, I mean, they'll pick fights all the time. And for me, I don't usually engage with that kind of behavior because I just find it exhausting. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Let's see, do I like that as a color for this? I don't know. Most people at the first exchange, they turn any conversation to a fight. Yeah, a lot of the time. And I think that's also partly the reason why sometimes people will misinterpret what I say, is because they're so used to it being a fight, that they're so used to having to defend themselves from people who are being disingenuous, who are being jackasses for like no fucking reason. And they have to defend themselves from that because it's just kind of the nature of the internet and what we have to deal with on a day-to-day. It's extremely unhealthy. And you can't have reasoned discussions with people because they think that you're attacking them when you're not. Or people are just trolling you to be a jackass. Which happens all too often, sadly. And for someone like myself, who tends to be just very opinionated, who tends to try to, you know, research things, and you know, I'm not really ashamed to express my opinions. If I'm gonna be wrong, I'm gonna be confidently wrong. You know, like that's kind of how it's always been for me. And I'm not really opposed to people challenging like where I sit on stuff. Like if you've got, you know, something to back up where you sit, prepares the battle lines to be a troll. I mean, yeah. Look, like if you're discussing something with me and you actually can back up your claims, you have sources and you can answer my questions and stuff, and you know, at that point, if you have a valid point, then I mean, why would I disagree with you? I'm okay with changing my opinion, truly. But then there have been instances where I've seen people try to make those kinds of claims, but then they're just fucking completely off base, and I'm like, yeah, I see sort of where you're coming from, but also that is really, really off, and I could never agree with this. That I think the one that's most obvious for me is like the people who claim like Genshin was a ripoff of Zelda. It's like, no, it fucking wasn't, actually. And there is so much evidence to support why it's not a ripoff, but that claim still comes up. It's like an engagement farm now on Twitter. Like I've seen stuff as of like the other fucking day, because it's just still a thing that some people still believe, and it's like, yeah, it never was. And the arguments for that have always been flimsy. But I will have to engage with that because it's like, well, that's not correct. That's not at all correct. That it was never correct. It was never a thing. And anybody who tries to argue that, I've never heard like good arguments for it, because it's always been based on some like reductionist bullshit. And I've had to engage with people in the past who thought I was like criticizing Zelda when I wasn't, or they thought that I was just being a Genshin fanboy when I'm definitely not. Anybody who's seen me for a long time knows that I am extremely critical of it, and disappointed with how they handle the franchise but, or I guess not really franchise, but you know what I mean. There's been a lot of that, and it's just really tiresome. It's so exhausting to deal with that constantly. I try my best to make sure people have all of what they need when they talk with me to know where I stand on stuff, but like, nuance is one of those things that the internet just doesn't care about. They've never cared about it, they've never liked it, and you're fighting a losing battle when you try to have conversations about that. Regurgitating YouTuber opinions, man, it worries me nowadays. A lot of people I know call Game of the Years or movies trash when they're not played. Yeah, seriously, like, it's something that I see all too often, where even the original opinion might not even claim those things, and people didn't understand the point, and so they just repeat it back as if they understand where it's coming from, and then they don't really know the source of that. And I know people who've seen me for a long time will be so sick of me talking about this, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway. A perfect example of that is Dark Souls 2. You see so many people saying, oh, it's the worst one, it's so bad, and then they'll say like, oh, well, the graphics look like shit, blah, 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 right? But the actual complaint that originally came from a lot of YouTubers at the time that that game came out was a complaint about how the original beta had a different lighting engine, and the lighting engine was changed because the PS3 wasn't really capable of dealing with that at the time, and because they had a huge amount of development problems and swapping directors midway through development. So then the game came out, their solution to dealing with this scale back lighting issue was to change the textures to be always lit, and it kind of looks really not good, particularly in areas that would have been darker. And while that is a valid complaint, right? Like, that was based in actual criticism of like the marketing material and what the game was supposed to be and the development issues. A lot of people have taken that, but like, well, the graphics of Dark Souls 2 just look like shit. The game looks so bad. I hate this high contrast stuff. When no one was claiming that originally. Like, no one was talking about that. But then people regurgitate that because they don't understand what the complaint was really about to start with. And it's very frustrating seeing that kind of like take. And it's not just with Dark Souls. There's a lot of things like that, where people will focus on some small thing instead of giving something the credit that it deserves for what it did that was actually unique, or they'll focus on something and bastardize it into something that it never was trying to be to start with. Like, there's so many things like that, and it's so frustrating to see it. Because nuance is incredibly important. You should always strive to have, like, in my opinion, you should strive to have the more accurate perception. And if you were wrong, then own up to it. It's okay to be wrong. Like, it's really not a problem. But yeah, I do think that like a lot of people just they've never understood where I sit on stuff, and because of that, like what Zan said, that there's some people like, oh, this reminds me of Obsidian. He's such a dick. He's such an asshole. If I'm an asshole to you, and I'm deliberately being an asshole, there's usually a reason for it. Just as an FYI, like, I'm not a dick without reason. And typically the people that I'm an asshole to have really tested my patience for a really, really long time. I have said this many times that there's very, very, very few people who have actually seen me genuinely pissed. Because I don't like doing that. Like, I feel really bad being pissy with people. It's a lot of energy to expend. It's really, really tiresome. I don't like going out of my way to shit on people. Like, it's so tiresome. But if I've been really patient with you for a really long time, and you've started testing my patience, and I'm now a dick, it's like, well, why did this happen? Is the question you should be asking. Like, what has Obsidian been doing that's led to this? And I can tell you that a lot of the time it's because you've been pushing my fucking patience for months, and I put up with it and didn't say anything about it, and then you pushed a button that you should not have pushed, and then I got really mad. Not that I blew up at somebody without reason, but, you know, like, yeah, it is a thing that happens sometimes where people have pushed me too far. I'm never an asshole without reason. There is always a reason. Every single time. I can't think of a single time that I have been pissed at someone where I did not have a valid fucking reason for being mad. Like when people try to tell me that, like, I've compromised my artistic integrity for the sake of numbers and growth. Like, do you know who the fuck I am? Like, do you know the values that I hold as a person? Do you recognize that there is never a chance in hell that I would do that? And yet you're going to claim that I have done that because you didn't like my take about something. That's some fucking bullshit. And that pisses me off because that tells me that either A, you never understood what I stood for, even though I'm not very subtle about it, or B, you've willfully ignored that just to be a dick. And you didn't really care about my stance of anything. You just wanted to be an asshole. So, which is it? And I can't really be happy with that. Like, it's gonna piss me off because you've hit a nerve then. You've challenged my artistic integrity because you wanted to be right or something. Or you just never cared about what I had to say. And I'm like, well, that's just fucking rude. And it hurts especially more so when it's people that are supposed to be like my friends. And then they like, we've been friends for years, and then they'll just misconstrue something that I said. And I'm like, you know, like, of all the people, like, you should probably know better. Like you should know better than this. You should know that I wouldn't do that. And to say as much is a reflection of a lot of things. And it's like, come on, like, you should know. With strangers, okay, whatever. But, like, people who've known me for a long time should know that I'm not trying to be an asshole. I don't like being an asshole. It brings me no joy to do that to people. Whenever I'm a dick, I feel bad. Like, I feel really shitty about that. Almost always. Why is my pen not showing up? This is not the same color. What's happening here? Why are you not showing up? That is not the same color. What the fuck? Where's... Hey, pen! Why are you not drawing on this? This is that layer. What? What the fuck? What the hell? What? Why is this not working? What the fuck? I am so confused. Holy shit. What? Let me try this. Okay, so it's on an eraser for some reason. Oh, you know what? I think I see what it is. I think I see the problem. Hang on. If you sort, yeah, I don't know why. Look, that's the eraser. Why? Okay, there it is. Why? Why? Why are you not working correctly? What the fuck? There it is. What the hell? What the fuck was that? Yeah, I think some people have a very, very misconstrued view of what I stand for and the kind of person that I am. And there isn't really a whole lot that I can necessarily do about that. I can't live my life trying to cater to others and correct misconceptions they have. There's a version of you that lives in the heads of everyone around you, and there's only so much that you can really do about that. You know? So as much as it annoys me that there are people who think that I'm out here trying to like shit on their fun, that I'm trying to be an asshole for like no reason. Obviously making burp noises. Yeah, I am. This is true. Yeah, but while it does pain me that there are people who think that, I can't do anything about it. So instead of losing sleep over that, I'm gonna continue to try to like adjust how I talk about things and what I do to try to help give people the tools they need to know how I am, and then just continue to live my life, you know? Do what I can. I can't be at the mercy of everyone else's opinion. I used to do that, like, I think maybe to give you guys a little bit of a story, so, I am 29 right now. When I was in high school, and before that, I had a big problem of being like a kind of people pleaser. And it didn't turn out too well, to say the least. It led to a lot of issues with other people. It led to a lot of issues that I could have avoided that caused me a lot of like stress and trouble over time. And part of why I'm so adamant about my boundaries and where I sit with things these days is because of that. Is because I had to deal with that shit of like catering to people constantly. And it was never good. It was always stressful. It was always like making me question like, well, am I being an asshole? Like, am I the one at fault here? And like, I can't keep living like that. Like, who wants to live like that? Like, that's just not fun. That sucks. Who the fuck wants to do that? So I don't. Instead, I will unashamed discuss all the things that I like constantly, and I will express my opinions, much to the frustration of some people. If they want to think I'm an asshole, well, I guess that's their business. Because there's nothing I can do about it. It reminds me of a quote from Jim Carrey, of all people, which I hope it's real, but if not, I will just choose to believe that it is because it's funny anyway. Which is like, how do you sleep at night knowing that there are people that don't like you? And he's like, without any underwear so they can kiss my ass. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck yeah, dude. Like, actually. Fucking legend. That is probably one of the most inspiring things I've ever heard in my life. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Jim Carrey. But I think it's important. You just gotta do you, man. Oh, no, that's not right. Yeah, I'm kind of done trying to cater to people in the community. If they want to think I'm an asshole, then like let them. But for those of you who are new, just know I am a very reasonable individual. You can definitely, I might be a goblin and I might be very opinionated and very passionate, but I am reasonable. And I will always try to give anybody that I can the tools that they need to know how to communicate with me. I will try. Will I succeed? Who knows? But with this, like, with the way that the internet culture kind of is these days, it's definitely kind of hard to get that. Like, again, we were talking about like nuance and stuff earlier, right? And like that's kind of one of those things that it's so easy to be misunderstood. It's so easy to be misrepresented. And because of that, you really don't need to like engage with that kind of stuff. Like if somebody's being a jackass and they're just trying to make you look like an asshole because it suits their narrative, don't engage with them. Fuck them. Like just block them, mute them, do whatever you got to do, move on with your life. You'll be a lot happier for it. Like I tell people all the time, like, you know, you might not have to like what I have to say about stuff, and that's fine. I don't care. If you want to engage with it, then you should also understand that I'm going to respond to that in the way that I'm going to respond to that. And if you get mad because of how I responded to something in a way that I've already told you I would respond to as, and you get mad at me about that, well, it's like, is that really like, is that really my fault? Because I already told you that I was going to respond this way, that I'm going to handle things this way. And if you expected me to do something other than what I actually told you I would do, well, like that's kind of on you. Like that's not really my fault. I told you what I would do. So yeah, like if I lie and you believe me, that's low-key your fault. Like that kind of thing. I'm sure some people won't care for that opinion, but you know, fuck it. When it comes to the internet, I'm out here trying to live my best life. I'm trying to be honest with people. I'm trying to do stuff that I can. I'm trying to like make the things that I want to make. And I can say at the very least that I won't blow up at people without a good fucking reason. Because I feel shitty doing it. I think I've only ever lost my cool at people like once. And I genuinely felt so terrible about it that I don't think I've ever done that again. I mean, why be angry all the time anyway? Like, I'm opinionated and I'm passionate, but like, being angry all the time, like, there's so much energy. Don't waste energy on shit like that. It's not worth it. Let's see, I think I can fill this in. You Unleashed would be vicious. Yeah, if I were actually, like, if there was a time where I no longer gave a fuck and I wanted to say what actually goes through my mind and some of my opinions about people and things, it would be very, very fucking mean. Like, again, people think that they know how I am and how I'm gonna act, but they don't realize how, like, I mitigate a lot of what I think a lot of the time. And I intentionally don't say what goes through my head all the time because I know that if I did, it would really, really, really not be cool. Because there's a time and a place for that kind of stuff, you know? Like, there's a time to be really honest with people and when to not. And most people are not in a position where they can mentally handle you being brutally honest with them. I try to be honest with people to a point. I think that it's one of those things that I stand by of, like, you should make sure that people do hear the truth from you, but, like, you can choose when you tell them that. And I withhold a lot of my opinions about stuff because if I were to voice it, it would irreparably damage some of those relationships. And, you know, there are ways to say that stuff and not be a dick. So I tend to keep my mouth shut. It's the old adage, you know, like, if you don't have anything nice, don't say anything at all. Well, there are times where Obsidian actually doesn't say anything at all when I damn well could have. Or I'll just cede the point because it's definitely better for me to do that than it is for me to, like, actually say what's on my mind. Because nobody wants that. Nobody wants to know what Obsidian actually thinks. Because it would not be nice. And again, I would feel fucking terrible. Like, actually, I would feel so bad. So we're gonna not do that instead. Because I don't want to feel like an asshole. I don't like doing that. We don't need Obsidian Unleashed. We don't need that. Would not be a good idea. Let's see. That's the eyes. Is it that's the white of the eyes. Okay. I'll say as much with this that, like, whenever I express my opinions about stuff, it's because I am very opinionated, obviously. But, like, there's usually a point behind it, and it's usually not from a place of malice. And on the internet, because of the way things are, people don't really pick up on that kind of thing. They think you're being an asshole just to be an asshole. And I think in my case, that happens a lot, unfortunately. And while I have tried to do what I can to mitigate that, there's only so much you can do. So best not to lose sleep over it, you know? I think the rule of thumb that I heard, that I think is probably the best rule I've heard about this, is take no shit but do no harm. You know? There's no reason to be an asshole, but there's no reason for you to let people walk all over you either. Stand up for yourself, do what you gotta do, but don't be a dick. Yeah, that looks nice. Let's see, let's do another layer up here. So we can do the white of the eye. Get a nice little shine. Yeah, see, that's the white of the eye. I think I'm going to change that color, actually. Let's go for a slightly darker color here. Maybe too dark on that one. That might be too dark, too. I guess that'll work. You're about to test something? Well, now I'm curious what you're about to test. What are you doing, Shirley? I think I do want one more color in this. Or, actually, I have a better idea. Let's go for this color. We'll do here. Nope, not where I wanted that to go. Right in between those two, thank you. There, clip out below. I really do like drawing in this style. This is a lot of fun. The style makes me happy. Congrats, you've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. Thanks, Restream.io. Putting yourself into a game? Oh, fun. I'm curious how that plays out. I haven't put Coco into a game in a while. I feel like that'd be kind of fun to do, though. I think I wanted to put her in Tomb Raider. But modding into Tomb Raider is kind of difficult, to say the least. So I never got around to doing that. Yeah, talking on the internet, it's a bit of a problem. Do your best, guys. We're all here trying to live our best life. Don't assume someone's being an asshole, necessarily. You know what? I don't like the way that looks. I might have to do this in a separate layer, actually. But you know what? I'm not gonna, because I'm lazy, and we'll just figure it out. I'll try this. This might actually work a little better. Slitting inside the lines. Hold control. Get this. Nope. Well, that's not what I wanted. I think it's shift, actually. Yeah, there it is. Waifu, travel question. Okay, what is your travel question? What would you like to know? Yeah, of course I'm bringing my Switch. What else am I going to do on the plane? Of course I'm bringing my Switch. I saw you bringing the dock with it. Do you want me to bring the dock with it? Because I think Cheryl's also bringing her Switch. So, I'm not entirely sure if we really needed to bring the dock, but I mean, I can. We also will have my... Did you want me to bring my dock? I think that's maybe the better question. Do you want me to bring it? I hadn't really thought about it, but I mean, if we bring Doc, then we can play it on TV. You'd have to. I mean, yeah, I can bring mine. It won't really be that hard to bring. Should be fine. I see no issues bringing it. You know what? No, I think I'm only going to do this on the hair. Where is the hair layer? That one? Yeah. Yeah, I can bring it. No big deal. Yeah, I think this, just for the hair, will actually help this out quite a bit. Let's see, where else do I want this to go? I can probably do the rest with just a pen. Shit! Why are you doing that? Oh, that's not gonna work. So I have a text, I think it's from my mom. Mom, what are you texting me for? Oh, okay. She sent me a picture of, they took my niece somewhere. I don't remember where. They told me, but I forgot. But they just texted me a picture of my niece in front of like a T-Rex skull, and she says raising her right. That's hilarious. Let's see. Oh, here we go. An email from Tweeps Map. You have 2 unfollowers last week. Oh no, was it more deactivated bot accounts? At least one was. I won't out the other one, but yeah. Looks like more bots. A lot of those. I don't lose a lot of sleep over that. Like, I find it interesting for the most part, but that's kind of really as far as that goes for me. Okay, why? What the fuck? Oh, I'm stupid. That's why. That's why. I'm dumb. Had it on the wrong mode, that's why. Yeah, I get an email every week that tells me, like, you have this many followers or unfollowers, blah, 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 blah. And it shows me, like, who that is. And what I have learned from that is there are a lot of bots that follow my account regularly. And those bots get also removed regularly. That is what I have learned from that. Is that most of the fluctuation that I see in my follower account is almost entirely from just bots. Not always, but you know, it is it's usually that. And I guess this is as good a time as any to point out something that I retweeted the other day. But I will reiterate it here because it bears repeating. Just because someone unfollows you, it does not mean that it's personal. You know, like it's Twitter. All right, we know that Twitter is garbage. We're all aware of that. But you know, people have their own preferences for content. They have their own lives that they're living. They got things that's going on. And if they unfollow you, I mean, maybe some people it's personal, but like for the most part, it's probably because they don't really have an interest in what you're doing. And you really shouldn't be all beat up about that. It's not really worth the effort to be upset about. It's just Twitter, after all. Now, if I had, like, some really close friends who, like, blocked me, for example, I think I'd be a little bit concerned about that. I'm like, oh no, did I piss off my friend? Why did you do this? Like, I would be a little concerned about that. But that's because of, like, different situation. I'm like, oh, I thought we were friends and you, like, blocked me? Like, what is that about? But would I, like, blow up at them about it? Like, no. I would just be like, bro, I'm sorry. What happened? I'd be confused and I'd have questions about it, I think. But I would not be angry, because at the end of the day, like, people, you know, you do what you gotta do. It's your timeline, it's your feed. Fill it with things that you want. I've absolutely unfollowed people because I wasn't interested in what they were doing. Why should anyone else be any different? Curate your timeline. You'll feel better for it. Let's see. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. We just got to, I think overlay is the one I wanted to do with this. And then drop the opacity of it down a bit. Maybe. Or do I like the green on that? I think dropping it down to 50% is probably where I want to go with that. Yeah, that looks alright. And I might do one other thing, which is another darker layer here. In fact, I think that we can just select, put that back down to 70%. I think I had it. Do another layer here. I don't want to do this. About like that, because I want to add some extra contrast here, but it's going to be really subtle. Oh, that's a little too much. Alright, let's see. I need to turn off all these other layers here, so I can get a cleaner fill of all this. I think I will fill this one up too. I think that's probably going to be a good idea. Eraser, please. Yeah, that should work. And then we just turn everything back on. And then this we just drop down to like 40%, I think. Yeah. That looks nice. I like that. That looks like slime. It's shiny enough. It looks pretty good. Yeah. I think I might remove one thing here. Where is that at? No, oh god. Which one is it? Not that one. Not that one. Not that. There it is. This layer. I don't want that there. I think I'm going to get rid of this as well. It feels a little cluttered on that front. Let's see, where is the shadow on that though? Is it this one? Yeah, it is. think I'm just going to color this whole thing in dark so it stands out better. That one too, actually. And put that down to, what do you have this at? Like, I think it was like 75 maybe, something like that. Yeah, that's cute. I like that. That looks like fun. Save it. I think the only thing I really need to adjust, it's in this layer. It's this one. Is all this in, oh, this is all in a lantern thing. How do I want to do that? Because I don't want that in a purple outline, is what it is. You know what? We'll leave it. It's fine. It'll be okay. So what do you guys think? We went from this design to this design. I think that's a pretty fun one. And if you didn't want the blue skin, then we have this. Whichever you prefer. I prefer the blue, honestly, but either is fine. I think this looks pretty good. Now I can do a background for this stuff later. I think we'll be fine on that. Oh, wait, did I miss a thing? Yeah, I did miss a thing. Hold on. There's one thing I did miss, which is these little ring parts here. Can't forget that. Now, where is that? Something at the bottom, I think. Yep, right there. Let's get bigger. I'll do like that. Ba-bam! So there we go. The first commission I've taken on in some time. I think it turned out pretty good. I like that. It's a fun design. And I'm sure Carlos will appreciate it as well. So with that now done with, I'm going to take another quick potty break, and then we'll get started on... See, I don't need this anymore. Don't need this or this. We're going to get back into doing line art for this character, which is one of my OCs, in just a moment. Working on my? Yes, I am working on my. Now that we've all wrapped up the slime girl, which I like this design. I think this turned out pretty nicely. I think it's very fun. I'm getting a lot better at this Shantae style too. Like, have I shown you guys like how this style started? So I originally started doing this because of a sketch redeem. So Madi redeemed a while back. She wanted to see me draw Coco as Shantae, right? Like cosplaying Shantae. And I thought that was kind of a fun idea, so I did that. And the original sketch for that was this, right? It was a rough sketch. It was whatever, you know? I wasn't planning on doing anything else with that. And then what I decided to do way after the fact was I wanted to see if I could do that, but like better, you know, like to really see if I could do it. So I cleaned it all up and then I turned that into this, which actually did really, really well on Twitter for the most part. Which if it looks familiar, it probably is because it's intentional. The Shantae and the Seven Sirens animated opening done by Studio Trigger, I took a frame of that and I used that as heavy reference for the original pose for this, and I just kind of like stylized Coco's hair to fit with it. And I added her into this. So it's just a cosplay thing. It wasn't really meant to be a whole lot of anything. And that was its own thing. So then I had a lot of fun doing that. I was very happy with the result. So then I went into trying to do that style on my own, which I might have somewhere. Shit, where is that? I think it might be over here. Yeah, so it would be this one. So this is one where I actually did like a sketch on my own, trying to do like that whole style of thing, which I thought was pretty fun. And I have since gotten much, much better at this. Because if we look at like the one I did for like the promo of stuff, we had this one, which is a lot cleaner, a lot nicer, kind of fits better with what I wanted to do. And I've done stuff with this in the past because I thought it was pretty nice. And then I have all of like the other VTubers and stuff I've done in that style, which would be this. So I put everybody else in here to try to like play around with it, see what I could do, pulling out a heavy reference from my art book, which I thought was a lot of fun. And now we've got like this, which still feels like it's part of that, and I think it works. I like drawing in that style. It's a lot of fun. I should do more of that in the future, honestly. This style, not so much Honkai inspired. And you actually, if you guys watched the last art stream we did, well, a few weeks ago, you might recall that I made it further along in line art than this is, and that's because I redid a lot of stuff off stream. I redid a lot of things to like clean this up and change a little bit of the design to like really make it look nicer. Add some extra detail that I hadn't done when we were doing this last time. And yeah, so my looks significantly different now. In the hair specifically, and some of like how I handled the shirt and stuff. I think we were down to like a size 4 brush, potentially. Where was I at on this? What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, that's the old eyes. Right, the ones I didn't want to use. Got it. So, let's see. Where do I want to jump into next? Still feels like a little rough, but I could probably clean this up. It's not a big deal. Okay, what layers are what? I need to figure out where everything is. I didn't touch this in a few days. Okay, that's eyes. This, I don't know what this. I don't think this is anything. That's mouth. That's face. That's hair. I might adjust the mouth slightly. We'll see. And then the old eyes, which were this, but I didn't like. So I think I'm just delete that layer. Fuck you. Alright, layer 9. I don't know what's in this layer, but we're going to figure it out together. We'll get it. Let's see. I probably should start on the actual shirt and stuff. Might make sense to do. Let's see, is this the right? Yeah, that's the right thickness of that. Yeah, this character, I guess I haven't really explained like a lot about the history of some of these OCs. I've talked about it before, but like seeing as this is going to YouTube, I'll talk about it again. A lot of my OCs have been around for a long time, and they've gone through a lot of iterations and changes over the years. And that's fine. It's expected. I think Veda was the one that was the oldest. She's been around since 2015 or so. That was when I first tried to conceptualize doing like a comic of some kind. The comic back then was really, really different from the ideas that I'm trying to work with now. And after Veda came... Who is next? I guess you could argue that Mai and another character who has not had a solid design, Kaya, both of them started as Monster Hunter characters. And I just ended up growing so attached to them that I wanted to do something with them. Kaya was first. She was the Monster Hunter 4 character, and then Mai was my Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate character. And I just, I started getting ideas about how I would, characterize them, what I wanted to do with them. But it kind of just sat there for a while. I didn't really do a whole lot with that. And then next came Enya, who is the red-haired engineer girl. Enya started as Inktober, of all things. So when I originally conceptualized her, she was just referred to as like Bomber Jacket Girl. Like that was it. And I would like toy around with ideas of having her like, care for like pterosaurs and things like that. Well, dinosaur related things. So I thought it'd be kind of fun. But that was kind of where that was. And I changed her design a bit. I did a lot of art for her over 2016. And then in 2017, when Monster Hunter World came out, Enya was the character that I was playing as. I designed her for that. I was like, cool, well, I have Enya in here. And when I was playing through World, I noticed somebody had used the same hairstyle that I had chosen for Enya, except theirs was purple. And that very brief moment of seeing somebody with the same hairstyle but purple is what gave me the idea for Aeon. So Aeon is her sister. And that is where that started. And Aeon and Enya, I think, were the two that were the easiest to characterize. I immediately kind of knew what type of person they were and what was going on. I came up with a lot of different kinds of stories depending on the setting and what I wanted to do with them. But they were pretty easy to figure out in comparison to some of the others. Like, Veda was very, very hard to characterize. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with her. And yeah, I think that, like, after that, it was just those few for a little bit. And then when VTubing stuff came around, and that would be 2018, 2019, I was like, okay, how do I, like, maybe I'll do something with this, right? Like, maybe I'll design, like, a character, and I'll make her, like, my channel mascot. I'll make her, like, part of what goes on with this. And that was what spawned Coco. And Coco's old designs were very, 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 very different from what her current design is. And part of that was because I didn't really know what I wanted to do. It was very difficult because I wanted a character that would represent my interests as a mascot. And I wanted her to be a sort of like, not necessarily a representation of me personally, but just the things that I like. Her being a cute girl was part of that. Her being, in the outfits that she has all been a part of like my personal preferences and tastes and things I liked as characters. There were a lot more things that I included in her design that never really made it to the final design stuff. Or the current final design. So the one that you see on screen here, like that design is, I guess weirdly enough, it is a reworking of an original design that I abandoned shortly before I started doing actual VTubing stuff. Let me find that. Where is the old concept art? Where is that even under? Legacy concepts. Yeah, so first let me show you what the OG design was. So this is what the original design was. The one that I was so close to debuting. Like I was gonna commission somebody to do a live 2D of this specifically. This was how we were going to start originally. And that went from this because I ultimately wasn't satisfied with parts of the design. And I ended up going with see, I think this is the right one. Yeah. I ended up going with this, which is dramatically different from this. not quite the same character. And then that design changed, and that design became the version 4 design, which was this. I know this is the third one I'm showing you, because version 3 was kind of like just a few slight changes, like the heterochromia and a few other things. So this was like my first attempt at actually trying to like redesign her into something that felt a little bit more, I don't know, sci-fi-ish, but still trying to be like a suit type. Now, I always liked the suit idea, which was really fun, and I still like this design quite a bit. And the model at that time is also the first Vroid model that I made. So if I can find pictures of that. Oh, wait, when was this? Legacy images, maybe. 4.0. Where's a good one? Yeah, here we go. So we have the model, which was the first Vroid model that I tried to make, like from scratch. Because the original model I commissioned, and I wasn't super happy with every aspect of it. They kind of aged her down dramatically. She ended up looking kind of like a child, and I didn't really like how childish, because she was never meant to be that. Coco was always supposed to be a somewhat adult. And I used V4 for a long time, and I liked this design, I liked the look of it, and I obviously retained parts of it. Code Vein had a big influence on that. But then I decided one day I'd come back to this design, and I'd be like, okay, I want to rework this. I want to design something that feels like this design, but more refined. It kind of leans into what I was originally thinking about, what I wanted to do. And what we ended up coming up with, which was not the final version, mind you. Let's see. Oh god, where is that under? Is that in this folder? I think it is. Legacy concepts. Well, shit, where did I save this? I can't find shit. This is the problem. I can't find a damn thing. Oh, here we go. So when I first tried it, I came up with this. This was the original idea for the racer outfit. Obviously, I've changed some stuff since then. And with that done with, I went into what eventually would become like what we would roll with for a while. And I believe that was... Do I have a PNG of that? Oh, I don't even know. Where's the closest one I have of that? I don't know. We'll just pull up a model image. The model image would be better. So when I created the racer model, that was when we started doing stuff on YouTube. That was when we started doing YouTube stuff with. And that model, I guess to do the Tomb Raider one, was this. Open up, please. Yeah. Obviously, she's tanner because I was playing around with colors and stuff, but we came up with this model, which I really liked the design of this. I redid all the hair, redid everything. I thought it turned out really good. This is obviously like a Tomb Raider reference, because her outfit was incredibly inspired by Tomb Raider. And then I decided that I wanted to try to tweak it a little bit further and push her design in some other new concepts, which eventually became what you see on screen now, which is this design. So to put these side by side so we can see kind of how this evolved, you would not believe it, but yeah, these are supposed to be the same character. And you can see the aspects of things that kind of carried over during the design process. And they were just other things that I added and changed and how I wanted to handle it. And I think that the final design actually came about pretty nicely. And I think that my quality of art has improved dramatically, because this was like 2019 that I came up with that first sketch, and this is obviously like this year, I think. So Coco went under a lot of changes, and I'm actually very happy with how she turned around. And then I decided that I would start trying to come up with like companion characters and things to suit her. So then we came up with Pulse, who, if I can find where she is, yes, that would be this one. Then we have Pulse, and Pulse is like a companion character in a sense. And now I'm going through the process of redesigning all of my old OCs to kind of suit the new aesthetic and things to kind of fit them. Pulse is the most recent, but now I guess with everyone being redesigned, we have... Oh, I forgot Mako. Fuck. I forgot that I had Mako somewhere in there. Mako was the cat girl, and she never really had a whole lot of characterization or what I wanted to do with her. But I always liked her. I always thought it'd be kind of fun. I wasn't planning on doing anything with her originally, but I am glad I decided to keep her around. But yeah, all of my characters, like, they're nice. I like them. And they mean a lot to me. VTubing, I have a variety of opinions about VTubing and the state of what it is right now and what people expect from that genre of content. And I guess being in the position that I am, I'm somewhat disillusioned with it. So I only use the model on like sparing occasions, and I'm trying to lean more into just portraying my characters again, because I much prefer to talk about my girls and what I've created for them and what I want to do with them. Because to me, they're a lot more fun than anything I could do with VTubing. So that's kind of where I'm at these days. I think it'll be fun. Why is this hiding that? Okay, yeah, I see that. But why is this not? What the fuck is this? That's why. Yeah, I think that deciding to start working on my OCs and just doing stuff with them consistently, I've been a lot happier with that decision. It's not going to get me a lot of followers, but, you know, that's kind of not really why I'm here anyway. I've always just wanted to create and have an excuse to create. Creating things is fun. And of course, me being what I am, I go on tangents, I go on rambles, I go on opinionated tears about random shit, and some people care for that, some people don't. But you know what? My content was never intended to resonate with everyone. I feel like I could do that a little better, probably. Here we go. But you know what? Maybe one day people will come to appreciate the stuff that I work on. And they'll come here for all this stuff. But I think I might be doing some fan art stuff and some more commissions in general, just because I think it'd be a good thing to do. It's good practice. And like I said when we were doing the commission a minute ago, I think what's fun about that is that I don't normally do that. I don't normally take commissions. I don't normally do stuff like that. And it's always a fun challenge to take something that belongs to someone else and see what I can do with it, to try to interpret that design or do something different with it than what has been done with it before. And I think that a lot of creators appreciate that. They like seeing you work on, like, people love seeing fan art. Like, if I saw people do fan art of my girls, I'd be absolutely fucking stoked. Like, legitimately, I'd be stoked. I used to have a folder of all the fan art I received, which wasn't a whole lot, but I did get some occasionally. And I had a folder of that, but unfortunately, said folder got kind of lost. And I no longer have that. So I'll have to dig through, like, Twitter and shit to find all the fan art that I received over the years. That was my fault. That was a poor planning kind of thing. I think I ended up, like, losing the folder on my phone is what it was. And all the art that I had saved on my phone was just kind of gone. Which, that sucks. But interpreting people's art and their designs and stuff, people appreciate that, and it's fun to do. So I think striking a good balance between what you do for others and what you want to do for yourself is kind of important when you're being a creator. I think there was a famous interview with some musician whose name I can't recall, but I mean, if somebody remembers this, you can leave it in the comments. he said something effective like how do you decide on like what to make? Like what do you do for fans versus what do you do for yourself? Like how often does that affect your decision? I think he said something to the effect of, I do one for me, one for them. And every other song that gets made, one of them is for myself and one of them is for what the fans want. One of them is to cater to the people. And I'm like, you know what? Like that's not a bad solution to that problem. I think for a lot of people, myself included, and people who think like I do, when you're trying to create something and you're trying to do this just consistently, being on the internet makes it very difficult because you're always trying to find the balance between what you want to do and what works for others. And it can be very exhausting to constantly do something that's like chasing trends and do whatever. It's not really creatively fulfilling. And you'll hear like even larger creators will talk about this. I think the one that I recall that's the most recent was Pokimane. Had a whole video discussing how like what she was doing up to that point wasn't creatively fulfilling, and she wanted to move to other projects that were creatively fulfilling. And honestly, I feel that. Like that's actually very reasonable and understandable. And for me, as somebody who has been watching content creators for years, talking about what it's like to be a creator, what it's like to create stuff for the internet and everything else, it's something that has always kind of resonated with me, of like trying to find that balance. I've never really found something that I was like fully satisfied with. I think my entire channel has been trying to figure out A, what people even really want from me to start with, and then B, how do I balance that with what I want to make? And it's not an easy thing to do. It's really not. There's a lot going on with that. That's just so much to figure out. And it's very daunting. It's very time consuming. It's not going to make you any money. It never has made me any money. I've made, maybe a little bit from donations here or there, but like it's really just been a money pit for the most part for me. I never found massive success. I never found a huge following. I just kind of do what I do. And sometimes people donate and sometimes they don't. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to have fun with it. I'm trying to do what I want to do and enjoy myself. Trying to, anyway. Let's see, let's go over to this one. I probably do need to get back to making more videos, though. After I move, maybe. I might get a couple of things done before I move, but we'll have to see. That looks nice. I like this. Content creation's hard, guys. You really have to love what you do. Because if you don't, you're going to really hate it. I see a lot of people who are like, yeah, I want to do this. I want to become like super successful. I want to make all the monies. And you know what? I feel bad for them. Genuinely. I wish that I could believe that it would be easy. That becoming a content creator would be just a recipe for just making all the money. But it really isn't. It requires a lot of work and a lot of luck. And this is kind of why you'll hear a lot of like larger creators. They'll say they can't recommend content creation as a career. Like so many like wildly successful creators will say that. They're like, yeah, I can't recommend this. Because they all understand the reality of what it takes and what you have to do. And it's just, not everyone is cut out for that. Plus, it's not a guarantee. Like, if you really want to make some money, like, content creation is definitely not the route. That's not the play if you wanted to make money. I remember seeing a while back, I think it was like when Melody first debuted, and people were like, oh, all these VTubers, people like these creators are just popping off as VTubers because it's where all the money is. And I'm like, you guys make fucking money? Since when? Since when is this a profitable thing to do? We're just becoming a VTuber is a recipe for money. I want some of that VTuber money. Where the hell is that? Give me that one. But again, that's from people who don't know what the hell they're talking about. You see that a lot in the VTuber community. It's kind of a shame. I understand the people who are a bit frustrated with how things have changed over the years. As somebody who's been around for a really long time, and I've seen this community grow and change and whatever it does. I understand the frustration that like VTubing as it currently is not what it was back in 2016 or not. I guess 2016 is sort of when action started, but like for the English side, it was more like 2018, 2019. Things aren't what they were back then, and I can understand being frustrated about that. Because it does feel like there was a sense of like community that got lost as the VTuber movement exploded. There's a sense of community that got lost along the way. But honestly, I mean that was kind of inevitable, in my opinion. It was always going to happen. I'm feeling like wrenching nostalgia for it, and being sad to see it go. Like, yeah, I understand that. I get you. But things are what they are. You just kind of have to accept it and move on. Let's see here. Gonna make a donut. Should be a Blender tutorial. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not drawing strings. Fuck that. Strings are a pain in the ass. I have no desire to do that at all. See, where are those little pom-poms, though? Yep, I need these. Is it quote-unquote cheating to copy and paste this? Yes. Do I give a fuck? No. Because pom-poms are a pain in the ass to draw. And I'm just gonna put them there. Look at that. Done. Hey, you're supposed to not showcase that. Stop that. I hadn't really considered that you could probably see on the inside of this donut. Hadn't really thought about that. There we go. That'll be fine. It's attached somehow. He obviously... What? What did you do, Cherry? What did you do? Explain yourself, Miss Ma'am. Did you do something silly? Did you do a silly thing? What did you do? Looking salty? Oh no. Alright, let me pull up Salty Spittoon. Where is this? Oh, I see. You posted something. What the fuck? What is that? What did you do? Hold on, I gotta share this. Look what Charlie has done. Look at this. Why did you put Coco in it? What even is this? Is this Valheim? What is that? What did you do? You're a wizard. Yeah, I'm a wizard now. That's amazing. Why did you do that? What even is that? It's not Valheim. Yeah, what even is that? Looks like Pal World. Craftopia. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot Craftopia did that. I completely forgot about that. That's fun. It's about to get a major update. Oh, yeah? What are they going to do? Shit. Open roll it? Ah, gotcha. Well, I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Guess we'll have to see. Man, why did I give Mai so much shit? Why did I do this? Mai, you don't need all these things. She doesn't need them, but she's gonna get them anyway. Also, I'm totally making this a donut. I've decided. It's a donut now. Donut! With a giant ass hole in the middle. It's fine. She's got a donut. I'll probably have to actually do that in color or something. We'll leave it like that. Let's see. I guess I'll start drawing out all of these other things. Like the pudding! We got a pudding. I wanted to give her a Neptunia pudding. I felt like this was necessary. I know it's not Neptunia that invented that, but look, pudding is like a big thing for Neptunia. We all know this. I'll round off that edge a bit. XD, yep. It's good. Actually, I don't know if I've talked about this in a while, but I will now. Neptunia has probably one of my absolute favorite fucking attacks of any character ever. I'm gonna find this so you guys can see it. It's so fucking funny. This used to be one of my alerts on Twitch, actually. Alright. I want you guys to just soak this in, okay?
It's pudding!
Look at it.
Boom! Oh! Maybe I should have...
It's pudding. She summons fucking pudding. I love that so much. It's so great. Also, I don't have my camera on, but I am totally wearing my adult Neptune jacket right now. And my top Nep hat. 100% doing that. I am representing my Neptunia heritage. Take with that what you will. This jacket is pretty comfortable, actually. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's sick. I love it. I love having a Neptunia jacket. I've wanted one for ages. Because Adult Nep is probably one of my favorite characters. Just period. She's so much fun. And they had like the normal Nep one, which is like the white one, but white's not really a color that like works for me too well. I wear like a lot of darker colors. So I was waiting for them to eventually make older Nep's jacket available, and they did, and I bought it immediately, like day one. Wasn't cheap either. It was like $100-something. Like, it was a lot of money. But I'm glad I bought it because it's fun. It's very, very comfortable to wear around the house. God damn it. Man, if I wasn't streaming on YouTube, I'd totally play some other jazz music right now. Like, I'm really feeling some old jazz stuff. I know it's kind of a random tangent. I was listening to this, like, lo-fi thing, and I'm like, man, there is some stuff that I used to play, because I used to be in a band. I used to be in a jazz band, played trumpet, which was a lot of fun. And I learned a lot about jazz music as a result, and I love jazz so much. And I kind of miss playing it. But I don't have the time to practice constantly to be a decent jazz musician these days.
I would say, like, I could play it.
Because technically, like, I'm probably the only person on the internet. But no, I take that back. I am. When I make you run, you look like a goblin. Well, that's pretty much on brand for me then. So, when I was in high school and I was in jazz band, we recorded an album. And I have said album on YouTube. It's just in my unlisted things. I know some of them have been struck as copyrighted, but I know that they're not because we recorded it. I just didn't want to challenge it because it was not worth it. But yeah, I definitely would like to play some of that stuff at some point in time. It was good. It was a lot of fun. He do be Goblin, I do be Goblin. Anybody who watched him play Elden Ring with Cherry knows. Y'all know. Total Goblin. Total Goblin, and it's extremely funny. I'll turn off this layer. Let's copy, paste, rotate that. Should be perpendicular, moving it over here a bit. There it is. Move that down. Yeah, playing jazz was a lot of fun. I kind of miss playing music some days. I had some issues with some of the people I played music with. But that was like, you know, that was in high school. Like, obviously, anybody who doesn't have issues with people they went to high school with, like, are you even normal? Like, are you alright? I feel like I should be a little concerned for people who had no issues with old high school people. High school being an absolute shit show. He looks like his little like ghost mouth. It's like, yeah. Oh, no, fuck. Control. No, stop it. Like, ah! My Wi-Fi has an issue. Do you need tissue? Shut it. I'm the one that makes the bad jokes around here, not you. I'm the one that makes the jokes. I am the one who jokes. Occasionally, when I feel like it. I'm in a chill mood today. Whose fault is now that I make bad jokes? I mean, I won't say it's my fault, but it's probably my fault. That's probably on me. I regret nothing. So not waifu being a bad influence. I mean, yeah, obviously. But as we have established many times, as a content creator, I can't take personal responsibility for my actions. That's illegal. We don't do that here. So it's your fault. That's definitely what that is. For sure, it's your fault. Let's see. What can I do for this one? I had a little Neptune in, but I obviously can't use that. Maybe I'll do like a little Obsi bot pen. Yeah, there we go. Obsi bot pen. That checks out. He's kind of like a little ominous looking. He looks like an angry little eyeball. Hello Tingris, how are you? I'm fine. Hope you're doing well. So we've had a little bit of rambly bits today, and then now we're just kind of working on more line art stuff. So to get you all caught up about what we have been doing, we've been doing line art for this, which we have about that much done. But we did finish the stream request, which was this one, which I'm very proud of. This turned out very nice. That clearly should be a cute. I mean, it could be. I don't remember what cutes look like. We could try it. We'll try to draw one of those. Cherry, you got a picture of what the cutes look like, right? Yeah, you got pictures of the cutes, yes? What up? We need a picture of the cute. I need it in salty. Also, I see you putting dumb Zelda hats on people. These are fun. This is very silly. By the way. I see what you're doing. I see it. I recognize it. It's amusing. Seem to get rid of all this. Was Craftopia even actually fun? I don't remember at all if Craftopia was actually good. I remember there was a stint where like everyone played that for a bit, but I think it went away like what fucking Tower Fantasy did. I don't know that people really play that anymore. I gotta turn the cute into a marketable plushie, but I need you to post it. You're having a DK living there, a special art piece made for my. Yeah. DK's got some really good shit. I don't know how much of that has been public knowledge, but I've seen a lot of cool stuff from DK lately, and it's sick. Yeah, he's teased it as of 2 hours ago. He's teased a few things. It looks very good. I've seen the full version in. It's very, very solid. It was all the Zelda people wanting something to hold them over while they were waiting for the game to come out, or something that was an aftermath of Zelda. Probably, yeah. It had a slow point because they stopped updates to do a major update. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see you retweeted something. Craftopia Seamless World Update is coming in June 2023. Celebrate, you can get Craftopia 30% discounted price. Took us 2 years to prepare the update and we're almost ready to rebuild the game from scratch. Don't miss this chance. Yeah, I'm curious about that one. We'll see. Maybe it's good. We can try it together. Yeah, we can do that. I've got, I got some time figured out. So Charlie, we need a picture of a cute stat. Don't want to go check the manga for it. Okay, I see. All right, time to gamify this fucker. Let's go. We have our salesperson. Yeah. I already own Craftopia. I don't need Charlie to sell me on it. Time to take meds. Oh no. Looks like a little Mario thing. He looks kind of like an angry bee. How do I make this cute? Scent. Nice. There's a lot of fine details I can't really add to this. No! It's too large. Next. Maybe if I try drawing it from, like, the back section first. Something like that. Potentially. Then we erase these lines. It is like a little Mario shell. We turn that off. Well, actually, I guess maybe not, but. Let's try. Yeah, that's a good enough one. He's a little crown. He's like a Pokemon. Trying to find out now if you can see both VRMs and screen multiplier. That would be fun. It looks kind of like a bat. There we go. You can kind of see it. No, I want erasers. Then we just gotta draw little feet. There we go. He kind of has like little bat ears, but it's fine. There you go. You happy, Insane? I have added a cute just for you. Just because you requested it, it is now a canonical part of the design. Unless I decide to change it. You're welcome. Actually, I might rotate it a bit. Nope. Put him down over here. There you go. Little thing there. We got him. Pack it in, boys. We got him. We're on this layer? Yeah. There we go. Let's rotate this back. And 0. There it is. I'll probably have to thin up some of these lines because his lines are very chunky. But it's fine. There's a lot of line work we still have to do anyway, like thicken up a lot of this stuff, so we'll figure it out. Not too concerned about it right now. A lot of my lines are actually very inconsistent, so we're going to have to fix that. Alright, new layer. Something like that. We'll fix it. I'm not too worried about it. Today's a nice chill art day. I think my coffee's gone cold though. Tis a shame. That was the last bit of my coffee that I had for the day. I do have other drinks to go get though, if I wanted to. How long have we been going for? We started at 1:45. About 3 hours. That's not too bad. I think once I finish the line art for this, we'll probably call it a day. Maybe we'll do some more before I have to leave to Canada. Canada. Hi, Charlie. You're trying to jump scare me. I see. I see you trying to jump scare me.
Hi.
Hi. What you doing?
Goofing off.
Canada.
Welcome to Canada.
Over the stream.
I love how Charlie joins and then you all join all at once. I see.
Yes.
Not here for me. You're here for Charlie. I see now.
Oh, literally. That's why I asked her what she was doing.
What are you doing? Being a goober.
No, you. It's fine. I'll forgive you this time. It's your fault. I blame you. It's always Charlie's fault, guys. This is the canonical thing. Is no matter if it's actually Charlie's fault or not, it's Charlie's fault.
Yes.
That's what you need to understand. It's always Charlie's fault. She will deny this, but she will be wrong.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
Just like how she denies she's a cutie.
Nah.
Charlie can't recognize when she's cute.
No.
SMH.
I'm doing research. I'm not finding what I need though.
I mean, it happens. I thought you was gonna do art today. What happened to that?
I cleaned and then I got distracted.
Charlie and I have been trying to get art stuff done for a few days now, and like yesterday I took a nap and like didn't do art until like I did a little bit in the morning before Charlie was even awake, and then I took a nap when Charlie was awake. So we just didn't get anything done at all. Is how it be.
Yep, is how it is. There's some things I do need to work on though.
So work on them, coward. Just I immediately antagonize. Frustrated ADD noises.
Yes.
If you guys have ever seen those memes of ADD people in a chat just making random noises at each other, that is what Salty Spittoon tends to be. Just just constant noise. Or people falling asleep, which I've talked about before, I think.
Snoozles. Yeah, a bunch of snoozles.
I don't think I thought on my stuff, I thought on your stuff.
Where?
How Salty Spittoon has become the sleepy salt couch.
Oh yeah.
Because everyone keeps falling asleep in this chat. You hear Charlie, you hear Charlie and an Insane. They're both here.
We're here. Awkwardly running. I run like a gremlin. I'm just in creative mode right now to goof off to see what it does.
Yes.
I'm punching chickens. I punched a chicken.
Be careful, they might come and attack you later. Because as we've established, any open world game that's in a fantasy setting has to be a certain game's ripoff. So if you piss off the chickens,
I murdered the chicken. It's too bad.
Too bad.
It's running from it. I punched it and it's like
Man. So yeah, this is coming along. It's gonna be a different kind of cute. Like I'm looking at like the commission we did, which looks very nice. It's very stylized. I like stylized. I love drawing the Shantae style. Like it's just so much fun. The Honkai art
it's so
style
shiny.
is,
It looks good.
Yeah, it's very shiny. I have to save it as a PNG and yeet it over there with the other ones I've done. It's good to have those things together. See, do I draw hands or do I go to legs? This is the real question. That's where we're at now. Which do I go to? I don't know. Also, chat can't see it, but we have a running joke in my server where everyone is called bitch.
Oh yeah.
So
we pick a single thing to be all identical of.
yeah, we all get renamed. So right
we
now
were
it's
boobs before.
We
Yeah,
were
which-
boobs before.
it started with
And then
insane
the
because it was
boobs.
is a boobies instead of
Yes.
insane. It was is a boobies, and then it was like what was it? It was Charlie. What was it? It was Charlie side boob. And
Yeah,
then mine
Charlie
was
was side boobs.
Mine was Gremlin under boob, I
Yes.
think. And then he had Dapperly was Booberly.
Yep.
Which is one of my favorites. But then I think recently we changed it so now it's everyone's a bitch. So Insane is the cute bitch. That's cute as in like this little thing CEWT. Charlie is the derpy bitch, and I'm the gremlin bitch. And I think Mari is the salty bitch.
Yes.
So we're all bitches here now. Take with that what you will. The Salty Spittoon, there are no rules. Aside from the ones I make. Except even that is like depends on who's in chat. 'Cause
Can you
people will
drown
fuck
in the
with-
water?
I don't know, Charlie. I mean, generally people do drown in the water.
Well, I didn't know if it was like Genshin, where you're like you have a certain amount of stamina, but it doesn't look like, at least not in creative mode. This is a creative mode.
In real life, people have stamina, Charlie. And you drown. When
Punch
you
the chicken. I tried to run. Oh, I did a kick. What? I murdered it.
Good job? Question mark? Good job? Question mark? Maybe.
It has different movesets depending on if you do a jump attack or not.
I can tell you're having fun.
It's not bad. It's not like a super optimized AAA game of any sort. It's kind of
I mean, does anybody go into Craftopia expecting to be a super optimized AAA title? I mean, honestly, I feel like all I've ever seen from that game is scuff.
I haven't really run into some scuff yet. Some of the animations are kind of but that's kind of what makes it funny.
I mean, yeah.
Stretch. Okay.
Stretch. I have not done that in a while. I probably should.
Go back to the title screen.
It's probably getting time for me to like take a break. Honestly, I've been here a while.
Break time. You have been.
Yeah, we've been productive. There's been a lot of work done.
Mm. Ewan's wizard hat's funny.
I'm sure. Your art is so good. Thank you. Thanks, Little Sparrow Gaming. So I guess since you might have just popped in to show you what we've been working on today. I had a commission from a viewer on Twitch to do one of their OCs and kind of redesign them. So that was this. We just finished that about an hour or so ago. So that's done. And this is one of my OCs, and I'm doing that in a different style, and we're working on trying to get this done, which takes forever. Line art is a pain. But thank you, I appreciate that. I work very hard. Let's see, what layer is this? Is that layer? Yeah, this is one of my OCs. She's going through a dramatic redesign because apparently I like pain, and I like to redesign my characters all the time.
Pain.
So
Pain.
it really is just like a lot of work to do, but it is not without reason. Hopefully, maybe by the end of the year, assuming things go my way, I can actually start working on comic stuff.
Yeah. I need a comic buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing something a little different from what I want to do. So,
Yeah, it's still comic stuff.
I mean, yes, I know that. I'm just saying, like, you're doing something a little bit more ambitious, I think, than what I'm doing. I'm just trying to fangirl about my characters, and that be what we do. I like to fangirl about my characters. They're fun. I gotta remember how music staffs work. It's been a while. As I was just talking earlier about how I used to play music, and now I'm like, shit, how does a music staff look? I think my old music teachers are crying at my forgetfulness. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta draw a treble clef. Or attempt to, anyway. Oh, I have it wrong on here. I see. Let's see here. If I can draw this in one fell swoop. There it is. Kinda. I'll just thicken up some areas of it. I used to have to do music notation stuff. Like when I took music theory.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like I had to do a lot of that stuff, just handwriting out things, and my handwriting already sucks, so it doesn't really help when I'm trying to do like music theory notation, and I can't even do what I wanted to do. It's a problem. I'll put this one over here. Color all that in. Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. You know, something about what I do that kind of confused people for years and still kind of does is the fact that I'm an artist, and yet my handwriting is absolutely fucking terrible. Like, it is kind of amazing how bad my handwriting actually is. And people are like, you're an artist, you should be able to write properly. I'm like, no, absolutely not. Do not give me any kind of credit for that, because I certainly can't. It is.
No, you clearly have chicken scratch, or you write amazingly and can't draw. You get one or the other.
I write like how a doctor writes.
Chicken scratch, yes.
Yeah, it's kind of terrible.
My handwriting's okay.
It's kind of a mess. It's a mess that I'm willing to live with, but, you know, there's a reason I type everything. I used to get shit from professors, actually, because they wanted me to, like, write everything down, or at least some of them did, and I was like, my guy, I have a laptop here specifically so I can actually read these notes again. It's like, if you want me to pass your class, you let me take my notes the way I want to. Do not come at me with this bullshit. Like, I think it was my economics professor that was like that, where he was really, really against the idea of me using my laptop because I guess he thought I was going to get on, like, Facebook or something in the middle of class. And I'm like, even if I did, that's kind of like my business. Like, if I fail, like, it's whatever. It's not like I'm required to be here necessarily. But the catch to this was that I was in, like, the front row. And not just in the front row. I was literally by this dude's podium. And I'm like, my guy, do you really think that you could just lean over and see what I'm doing at any time?
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that I'm going to sit here and have the balls to just play around on Facebook or Tumblr or something while you're trying to teach, and you could just at any time do that? Like, really? Like, do you really think I'm going to do this? Seriously, my guy, what are you talking about? Of course, this was also the same professor that wanted to bitch about his ex-wife and stepson all the time and kept teaching us about econ. So I'm like, that's just teach me. I don't care about your personal life, dude. Just tell me what's going on with econ. All right, I have passed this class to be done with it. I don't care about whatever's happening in your life. Which sounds kind of rude, but I was like, I'm here to learn. I'm not here to give you therapy or consolation about what's going on with your interpersonal problems. It's really weird. College was strange sometimes. We had some really batshit insane people as teachers.
There's guns in this game?
What? There are?
Well, apparently, like, you go through different ages as you craft through.
Ah, okay.
So it starts out kind of fantasy-like, but then you go through, like, industrial ages and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you. One of these days we'll have to play that. Or I'll just Shanghai you guys back into playing Grounded with me.
I mean, we did start.
We did. And there's all kinds of new stuff now. New bosses and other spooky things. Which, I guess, I don't want to spoil stuff because it's going on YouTube, but like, yeah, if you guys have played around any of the new Grounded updates, Jesus Christ, that new boss they've added. Not the Wasp one, the other one. The other one is such a fucking nightmare, and I'm like, this... I don't know how to deal with this. I'm very conflicted. It looks like a cool boss, but also I'm absolutely terrified. I fought it in creative.
Blah 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 blah.
I didn't want to deal with it. What is that noise you made? It saying blah 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 blah. What is that? Why? Why do you make noise? I will fight you.
Good. You're gonna fight me while I go make food because I had my medicine. Now I gotta go eat food.
Oh yeah. I bought stir fry yesterday because I couldn't. I was gonna go get a bucket of chicken because Charlie keeps mentioning chicken, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll go get a bucket of chicken. And then when Dixie didn't have any, and I'm like, well, okay then. I don't think you guys realize like what Charlie and my friendship is like. Is we'll text each other and it's just back and forth, like irritating each other with food. That's really all it is.
Yeah.
Just constant back and forth. Like, hey, I got gummies today. It's like, okay, well, I got a bucket of chicken. And it's just back and forth forever. It's kind of where the joke of it's always Charlie's fault came from. It's because it is.
Oh, it's my fault.
If I cave to my vices and I buy gummies, it's Charlie's fault. It's not because I have a lack of self-control, no. It's Charlie. Charlie did it. Such a terrible influence.
Yeah, I am. I'm so bad.
Which is it's so funny given the context of what we were talking about earlier, where there are some people who are like, Obsidian is such a dick. And I'm like, meanwhile, like, our friendship is just mostly me playing innocent while you're like, yeah, I did that. Just a running joke. I worry that some people think that I'm actually being serious. I'm like, no, I'm not serious. This is a stupid joke. It's just dumb. We're full of a lot of dumb here. What? What are you doing? And should I be concerned?
Yes, but no.
Noted.
I was just trying. I've switched over. I'm trying on different hats on pending.
Ah, okay. You've moved on from terrorism against Coco to terrorism against pending now. I see. What, Insane? What did you say? Nope, stop that. Yeah, I'll try to clean that up. Let's get this through. Man, part of me is like, I wish I wasn't streaming on YouTube so I could play other music that I wanted to that I could not get copyright struck for. But also, even Twitch is not happy about it, and I'm like, damn it. I got songs stuck in my head that I kind of want to play, but I know that I can't. 'Tis a shame.
It is a shame.
Not everything could be like that song I started stream with, which is the one that I actually purchased the rights to use. Which was like only $40, but like $40 for a single song is definitely a lot. But I got some mileage.
Yeah, but
out
you
of
get
it.
to use it however you want, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just kind of par for the course. Like, if you have to pay for rights for music, it's just kind of how it is. I have considered paying for Pretzel Rocks, because that's what we're using right now to play music.
Mm-hmm.
And I have definitely considered paying for Pretzel Rocks, so that way I can get access to a lot more music. Isn't right. That doesn't seem right. There we go. That's better. Oh, right. Now I remember what this line was. I was going to give her shorts, but you know what? I'm not going to draw it. Not drawing it.
No?
No, decided against it. I won't be doing that. Later, maybe. But right now, no. Not doing it. I refuse. Yeah, this is coming along pretty nicely. It is funny how, like, because I guess to explain this a little bit for stream, my design currently pulls a lot from Honkai stuff. Particularly, I pulled from Natasha's design in Star Rail a bit, and I pulled from Sasana's design in Impact Third. And you can definitely see it. She looks a lot like Sasana, and that's intentional. But she's gonna have very different hair color and stuff. She's gonna be somewhat similar personality though. And that was purely coincidental, because Mai's personality has been set in stone for years. I've known precisely what she is like, and have known for a really long time. And it just so happens that she happens to have a lot in common with Sasana, and I'm like, oh, well, it's probably why you two are like a lot alike now. They even had music connections, which was also purely coincidental, because Mai's name comes from the actual name of the lead singer from Garnadelia. And that's kind of why she's always been tied to, like, idols and stuff, was because I always wanted to make a callback to that. Though originally I wanted her design to have more of, like, a traditional Japanese vibe. Like, that was something I was originally going to do, is, like, yeah, she'd be an idol, but she'd have, like, a sort of unique look to it.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, I decided not to go with that, but that was some of the original concept I had. Maybe one day we'll come back to it. I like doing callbacks to old ideas, or reimagining them in new ways. It's always fun. Come on. There we go. The seam on her stockings, which I did not draw up here, and I should have. Alright, it doesn't go up that high. I remember now. Or, no, it should. Never mind. I'm wrong. I'm wrong about my own design. Crazy how that works out. Though, Charlie, you've had that kind of issue before, too. Like, you worked on a character that you've designed and you forgot your own design.
Yes. They make it too complex. I'm like, what did I do here?
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that works.
I have absolutely done that.
I've done that with Coco. Like, Coco's design is so complicated. And I have absolutely forgotten things. I'm like, looking back on it later, I'm like, shit, I didn't draw the thing I was supposed to draw there. Damn it. I feel like that's just like a uniquely, like, artist thing of like, oh, this thing I created, I forgot all the details. My bad. I'm not sure where other, like, situation where you could run into something like that. What's this? Is that about how I did that before? Listen, don't die, Cheerily. If you die on stream, I'll get banned.
Why am I? What?
Such a bad thing to say. You're like coughing, and I'm like, don't die. Because if you die, I'll get banned.
I still have a cough. It's not really wanting to go away.
Well, that's not good. It's tuberculosis.
No. Oh my gosh.
That would actually be a horrible way to go.
Awful.
Don't get that. Tuberculosis is bad, guys. Just as a note. 'Tis a bad thing. Actually, speaking of like bad stuff, I heard that one of the Green brothers, like Hank and John Green, one of them has cancer now. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, Hank Green.
Which that sucks, because I like those guys. Hopefully he can beat it.
He's got a very survivable, according to him, type of cancer, and like they caught it pretty early on, so.
That's good.
But he still does have to go through treatment and things.
The internet will be a far worse place without those two guys. So, I wish the best for them. That's not right.
That's not right. What did you do?
I fucked up a line. I'm not being nearly as aggressive today as I usually am when I do art. Normally it's just a lot of swearing.
You know,
and
I
fighting.
could have tried putting Dimmadome carved bite in the game. I didn't do that.
Oh no. Timmy Turner, my name is Doug Dimmadome. Right, your art definitely inspires someone else. Keep that up. Thanks, Ascended Vortex Gaming. I appreciate it. My art always takes inspiration from a lot of things. I try to make those inspirations very clear. But if people take something from my art, I'm always glad for it. I'd be glad to see it. I try very hard to stay into the things that I do and design fun characters. Like I said, this is the most recent out of all of mine. In fact, since you guys are kind of new, you probably haven't seen the other characters that I have. So let me showcase a few of those. Where's the thing? Yes, here it is. So other characters of mine personally. So we have just in order of left to right. We have Mako, the cat girl. She has like a retrofuturism aesthetic. She works at like a cafe, hence the little coffee mug thing. And this is like her work outfit. You have Veda here on the next. Veda is a reporter, but more like an independent journalist kind of thing. She's not really affiliated with anybody. And think of her as kind of like an April O'Neil type character. But instead of being helpless like April, Veda is a little bit goblin, a bit. She's a little feral. We have Inya, who is like the soft-spoken engineer. She's very much about machines and shit. That's what she does. She's very, very focused on what that is. She cares a lot about what she does, but she doesn't talk to other people or communicate well with others. Then you have her sister, Aeon, who's kind of like a dual fashionista type person versus being a sort of unhinged hacker. She causes a lot of problem for people. Aeon is in stark contrast to her sister, being that she swears, she's in your face, she's upfront, she's very blunt. She's very combative, I guess, in a lot of ways, and she's not afraid to like say that kind of stuff to you, regardless if it's gonna piss you off. She's no fucks given at all. Then you have Coco, who is my channel mascot. I have the, if you've seen the other streams where I actually use the 3D model for her, that's on an older design. That design's probably about a year or so old now. Coco is a, I guess I can explain. Her name is an acronym. It stands for, what was it? Cross-dimension or cross-disciplinary omnifunctional cybernetic organizer. Augmented. So Coco was originally created as like a sort of synthetic human type program thing, and then for a variety of like lore reasons or whatever, she is now in her own. But then she shares her body with this little cat bot thing, which is my personality. Like that's the Obsi bot. Obsi technically shares the same body as Coco does, but because of other reasons, he now can inhabit the little like bot thing. He's like a companion. And then you have Pulse, who is another synthetic human person. But Pulse is a... Her name is also an acronym that stands for Paramilitary Ultra-Infiltrator and Logistical Synthetic Entity. Which is a mouthful. But I did both of that because it's a pun. Like Coco and Pulse together basically means cocoa bean. So they have their own little connections. It's funny, and I did that intentionally. Pulse, where like Coco is kind of like... I'll break the rules if I need to. I do whatever I kind of want if it gets me to where I need to go. Pulse is very much like you follow the rules regardless of who says it, where they come from. So they kind of have a very big clashing on how they handle situations and authority figures. Pulse is more of like your military ninja type person. That's what she does. She's a lot more deadpan than even Coco. And Coco's already kind of deadpan anyway, but like Pulse is even more so. But we have all of them, and right now we're working on Mai. Mai is an idol. That's what her whole thing is. Her design pulls a lot from a lot of Honkai characters, some of my favorites that suit her personality. And yeah, we have one other one that's like sort of a major character that doesn't have a design yet, and I will work on that eventually. And then we have the villain of the comic, who I won't talk about right now because of obvious reasons, and a few other characters that will be more supporting roles that don't really need like super in-depth designs yet. But yeah, I have a lot of OCs. Some of them have been in the pipeline for a long time, a lot of years. And I've been trying to figure out what I wanted to do with them for a long time. So this new project I'm working on, which is what my YouTube channel is actually named after, it's the Operation Reburn thing, is the comic. And it will eventually have that as like a feature of it. At least currently. I might rename it, but for right now, the comic is, the working title is Operation Reburn, hence the name of the channel. I know that was like a lot of info dumping, but that's how it is here. I'm full of a bunch of info dumping for like no discernible reason other than just feel like it. But yeah, I work on art stuff. I do gaming stuff sometimes. I'm trying to do Honkai lore things, but that takes a lot of research and time, and I'm only one person, so we're not doing that right now. But maybe after I move again, we'll get back to it. Or maybe I'll do it on the plane when I'm flying to Canada. On a whole unrelated thing to me moving. It's just a trip. Never been to Canada. Of course, I have been to other countries. I've been to Germany. Germany was fun. Don't know that I want to live there, though. Yeah, all of my characters, I love them all very deeply. They've been around for ages, and I like doing stuff with them. Hopefully, in the future, when I actually start making my comic stuff, people will grow to like them. I do have some shorts in mind that I'm going to be editing in a while. Not today, but like hopefully before I leave. That will help give you guys a little bit more insight into how I characterize them and kind of what their dynamic is. That's the hope, anyway. But we'll have to see. It's going to be a lot of work to do, but I think it'll be worth it. I haven't made enough jokes or references with these characters in the way that I would really want to. It's just been a while. I did try Forcomo once. I did do that. It didn't last very long, but I did try to do a Forcomo once. I think my problem with that was
Almo would be easy, but they're not.
oh no, that was the problem. Was like I thought it'd be easier, and it totally was not. It was a lot of work, and I was trying to do like a weekly schedule for it, and I think I did that for like a month. And I was like, you know what? Like I don't particularly want to do this for a month. I think this is a little on the stressful side, and I think I don't want to do that. And the art quality wasn't really up to snuff. Like it just wasn't where I wanted it. So I kind of stopped doing that specifically because I just wasn't happy with it. But planning out an actual comic with like, you know, big world building, goofy ass ideas and things that I've been wanting to do for years, I think that's going to be a lot of fun. As we get to it. And I hope people take stuff from them. I hope that they grow to like these characters. They mean a lot to me, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not the greatest way to do that. It's fine. It'll be colored in and it won't matter. Can I just do this? Might do this. Nah, I'll leave it. I'm kind of curious how I'll deal with commissions. A whole commission sheet, I have like, you know, a spreadsheet for all that stuff. And I mentioned before that I really like drawing other people's designs to some extent. Because it's a nice exercise. Like, it's fun to play around with. Because that would give me my ideas for my own design work of like, okay, I see the fundamental idea of what you're trying to do here. Like drawing the slime girl, for example. Like, this is really cute. And I like this. And there's things that I had to do here that I have not done with my own art before. And I'm like, this is fun to play around with. But, you know, how can I use these fundamental principles of how this design was created to transition into my own stuff? And, you know, I guess we'll see how that plays out.
Oh,
there are other characters I played around with.
Sense.
What did you do?
No,
What do you mean, what did I do? I did absolutely
that
nothing.
would actually be really fun. The same creator did Craftopia's Power World.
Well, are they really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
My Pocket Pair, which would be really cool, is like, can we load our VRMs into Power? Come on, let me do it.
Oh my god, I hope so. Please. I will remake Coco specifically for that.
They're getting an announcement for Power World Games Fest, so they may have an actual release date.
Yeah, that's been kind of in limbo for a while.
Yeah. They've been putting out a lot of updates, like little previews and stuff for the last, I don't know, 3 months or so for Power World. They're starting to amp things up, so I think they're actually getting... It's supposed to be this year. So...
Watch it be Q4.
Probably, but still... I mean, that's okay. I have so many games, like... I got new Minecraft update, I've got Blue Protocol that's coming out. There was something else that I wanted to try. There were several things coming out like this last half of the year that I wanted to play. And like the beginning, I'm like, I'm not interested in anything right now.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I'm like really stoked for, but I can't think of anything offhand. If they make an announcement about Code Vein 2, that probably would be one.
Mm-hmm.
But offhand, I can't really think of a whole lot. Like, everyone's playing like Zelda right now, but I've already mentioned that I'm kind of indifferent to Zelda. Even if this game is very funny.
Big shrug.
Tears of the Kingdom is extremely funny, at the very least. And a technical marvel at that. Like, the one thing I can't get over, and I think a lot of developers are also really impressed with, is that game should not, by any account, work. Like, it should not work on the Switch. Like, the amount of things it has to, like, keep track of, the amount of, like, what's it, like, object data? Even if you fuse it, they still maintain the data for, like, the movement and placement of that object, because you can reverse time on things. Each one of these, like, things that Tears of the Kingdom uses individually has been done before, but, like, to do them well is all in itself a technical achievement, but to put them all together into one big game and have that game run on the Switch, Bruh. That is extremely impressive. So I'm very intrigued with how that's been handled.
Maybe I'll just ask him on Twitter direct.
Yeah, why don't you ask him, huh?
I might.
Ask him, Shirley. Ask him. Ask him. Do it. Do it. Do it. You
Do
want?
it now.
Wow. Yep, exactly.
I see that Insane is taken after my own annoying nature. I appreciate it.
Always.
Yeah, it's good. So I want to keep the eyes, mouth, and face out of the same stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to combine there. Okay, now I just got to use actual line tools to thicken up these lines and make them all unified, and then the line art will be done. I have no idea what I'm going to do for color palette, though. I haven't decided. Alright, line tool. Let's get you up to maybe 4 or 5, maybe? Maybe 5. I'll see. I'll play around with it.
17.
That would be massive, and too massive at that.
It'd be Big Chungus. It's fine.
Look, I'm trying to draw a cute Japanese girl, not Big Chungus.
You Japanese Chungus, understood.
That is a request for another kind of stream. That is not a request for OC design work.
Also, did you do can opening ASMR, sir?
Did I? Did you request one?
Uh-huh.
When? Where's my Twitch chat?
Over an hour ago.
Oh, well, you know I can't see that in my, like, restream.io redeems. So,
I dare.
let's see. Well, if you want, hold on. I gotta go to the kitchen and grab a ginger ale. Hang on a second. Okay, can has been acquired.
Yeah.
All right, you wanted this, Insane, so here you go. There you go. Very, very loud can opening ASMR. I told you you're gonna have to, like, because I'm using restream stuff, you're gonna have to tell me when you do redeems like this, because I don't see that in my restream chat anymore.
Uh-huh.
I do have my pop-out chat for Twitch open, though. It's just it was minimized because I was clicking into something else. Where's my pen?
Unavailable at this moment. Please leave a message after the beep.
Beep. I will fucking fight you. Lovingly, I will beat you with my fists. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I do not advocate
this. For legal reasons, this is all a joke. This is all paid actors. No one was hurt in the making of these jokes.
Exactly. I don't know why my humor became that. I don't know what happened there. Something happened. I don't know what, but something did. I have to change out how I emphasize some of this stuff here in a minute. No, I often wonder what other
right,
professional
I sent
artists
that
think
tweet.
What did you do?
What tweet did you make?
I just asked them directly.
Um,
Yeah,
I-
y'all gotta
that
back
works.
me up.
I mean, I will when I'm not working on line art.
On Twitter.
That'll have to be later.
Time to go do the usual Shirley shenanigans.
I mean, it is Charlie. This is how it works.
Where's this tweet?
Oh, where is that tweet? It kind of like
Show thread.
it's under media, at least.
Mm-mm.
What?
That's not quite what I wanted. But yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder what, like, if a professional artist kind of popped into my chat, what they would think of how I handle any of what I do. Because it's
Okay,
definitely not.
No, like a lot of
Definitely not
times
very
though,
efficient.
when a professional artist comes into your stream, they don't critique unless you actually ask for it.
Yeah.
Professionals generally do not critique unless you purposely ask for it. So unless you know that they're one, and then you ask, because otherwise it's considered kind of rude. I'm
little
gonna be
bit,
honest.
But I'm just wondering, like, if they look at this, like, oh, you could do this so much more efficiently if you did it this way. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I try my best. I know there is definitely ways that this is really inefficient. For sure. I generally don't mind critique too much. Because I always want to, like, improve what I do and make it better. I don't want somebody to come into my chat and be like, your art fucking sucks. I hate it. You should do everything better. Abandon what you're doing. Like, that would be rude as hell. Like, don't do that. But, you know, if somebody was like, hey, like, your art's pretty good so far. If you wanted to maybe change this process here, you might want to try this thing. This might help you. Like, I would not be opposed to, like, a more reasonable discussion about that. Pop into my Discord, maybe, or my Twitter DMs. I'm like, hey, dude, did you know that you can do this? That'd be kind of okay. Clip Studio Paint is one of those things, too, where, like, there is so much shit that Clip Studio Paint can do. Just
Yes.
so much. And I guarantee you there are things that I don't know about that this program can do. I am certain of that.
Did Shirley look at what I saw?
Yeah, I saw you retweet. What else did you do?
That's all.
Anything? Okay, I wasn't sure. I saw it. I saw it. I put it on my. I put it in my game chat in Discord. I'm like, y'all back me up. Let's more VRMs into this to make it goofier, please.
Okay, if Power World does that, that's gonna be amazing. I might actually play that more consistently because I can put Coco in there and just go ham. It'll be so funny. So I wanted to do that with Tomb Raider. Like, I was gonna put her in Tomb Raider Legend, and I was gonna play through Legend again, or even like in the newer ones too. Like, I
What
wanted
did
to
it?
put her
What
in
file format did it have to be in?
there's a specific format that, especially the older games, run in. I forget what it is now, but there is a specific file format for those.
Like the
games.
Cats plugin could put it into FBX, but I'm pretty sure it has to go from FBX to something else, and I don't know what they were using.
Yeah, it does. I'd have to go back and check. I asked the guy who was working on mods for that, but I don't think he knew what VRM was.
Oh yeah, well, it's kind of a newer format, really.
Yeah,
Only
like,
in
I
the
think he was
last
confused and didn't know what I was
6
talking
years?
about, and I'm like, well, I'll just figure it out on my own later. And I realized the kind of effort it would take to put that in there, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna not do that today. But maybe one day I'll have a boot up a Tomb Raider anniversary playthrough or something, and I'll have Coco in there instead of Lara, which would be a lot of fun. I think I'd very much enjoy that. Would anybody else? Who knows? But I would, which is kind of really all that matters.
Watching waifu suffer, I made.
I mean, I wouldn't suffer through Anniversary. Tomb Raider Anniversary is nice. It's not like we're playing like OG Tomb Raider games. Like not that. That is that's a whole nother story. Though if I could mod her into one of those older games, I totally would. Oh, I just saw a thing today. I don't remember who the guy is, but there is somebody who is working on a Tomb Raider Legend remake, and they're putting it into the same engine as the original games. And they had a trailer reveal today, and I'm like, yo, this actually looks fucking sick, and I can't wait to play that. Because Legend is one of my favorite Tomb Raider games of all time. And seeing that like in the remake, I'm like, yo, this is actually fun. Like, this is a good, fun, stylized thing. Please more of that. I love it. So if you guys can find that on Twitter, if you're watching, you should, if you're a Tomb Raider person. Like me. I'm really curious how Amazon's gonna take that franchise. Like I'm kind of a little on the wary side because it's Amazon.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but here's the thing: like everything Amazon has picked up, because I am in their like games Discord for the creator program. Everything is picked up that they've announced are MMOs. What are they gonna do with Tomb Raider?
Yeah, I really don't know. Like Tomb Raider is such a bizarre one for them to have taken up anyway, but I know that they only did that because like because what, Square sold it off to Embracer Group, I think, and then Embracer Group sold it almost immediately. And I'm like, well, that's the thing.
We don't want this. Get away.
Honestly, though, like, I'm kind of glad that Square doesn't have it because they were already, like, playing around with putting NFTs in games. I'm like, please do not. I do not want to have to boycott Tomb Raider because you put fucking NFTs in it. I don't.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of glad they decided to sell it. A lot of people, myself included, were very, very concerned the moment that they started like playing around with that shit. I was like, oh no. And I believe that was rightfully so, because, I mean, game dev companies were really jumping on that for whatever reason. And I'm like, what? No, stop it. Don't do that.
Insert Spider-Man theme song to NFTs.
Why?
Inserting everything else. Why not?
Oh, speaking of Spider-Man, I was going through
No.
I was going through TikTok, and I'm seeing people using the like Spider-Man 3 soundtrack, where they added like this kind of like low brass stinger, and I'm glad that now, years and years after the fact, people are recognizing the meme potential of that stinger, because it is hilarious, and I keep seeing people use it. I'm like, yes, good. I'm glad I'm seeing this, because I used to joke around with it all the time, and people never thought it was like that funny, and I kind of feel a little vindicated, because I'm like, yes. Finally, it only took like 15 years when people learned the potential of this. I play it, but for obvious reasons, that can't happen right now.
Waifu keeping it all to himself, guys.
But it's because I'm on YouTube, motherfucker.
Keeping it all to himself.
I do what I must. I've said it many times. If Twitch dies, I'm not too concerned. If YouTube dies, I'd be very concerned. Because I actually really want my YouTube channel to like stick around. I like having a record of all the things I've been doing.
Nod.
Of course, I did have an archive channel. I probably should finish uploading some stuff to that. the old Sonic 06 streams and things.
Ah, yes.
Which I did finish, and Sonic 06, man. It is as bad as everyone says, and more.
Uh-huh.
It's such a fucking disaster. I know that there are like some Sonic 06 apologists out there, but yeah, it's so fucking bad. Hi, Fox. You're not here to defend Sonic 06, are you? You better not be. I don't know that I have the energy to deal with Sonic 06 apologists. Actually, so a weird thing with that, since we're talking about touring stuff earlier, is I've noticed that there is a division of people. Here for the can opening? Wait, did you didn't? Ah, shit! You recorded? You did what? I just opened a can. Fuck!
Well,
I
looks like
haven't
it's
finished-
gonna be redeemed again.
Okay, Fox. Let me finish my ginger ale, and I will do one before the end of stream, because I think only 2 can be redeemed per stream.
Yes.
So just remind me in a little while, and I will do that. But I'm not even through my first ginger ale right now, so just keep that in mind, okay? But yeah, so there is a division of Tomb Raider fans that I think have something in common with Sonic fans, which is their stance towards the worst game in their franchises.
Yes.
Because Sonic 06 is pretty bad, and it suffered from a lot of like bad development decisions and things like that. And Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness also suffers from a lot of those things. And a lot of people look at these two titles and they see the potential that those games could have been. The ideas that were behind it that they wanted, and in some respects they're even working on mods to add those things back in to make those games kind of what the original vision was had it not been pushed out too early. And that's commendable, you know, that's a pretty good thing to do. But I think that some people have gone as far as to view it as, because we can see the potential, the game itself is actually good. It's just a hidden gem or whatever. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's really not. Like I played Angel of Darkness. That game is not a hidden gem. It's absolutely fundamentally broken. Does it have some cool ideas? Yeah, sure. But it is broken. For sure. There's no way of getting around that. It is a broken title. Sonic 06 is the same way. It is very, very, very broken. But I'll say this much, at least Sonic 06, or not, at least like Tomb Raider at the very least, was like a funny kind of bad. Sonic 06 was not. Sonic 06 was fucking miserable. There is a video on my channel right now of me raging at Sonic 06.
Yeah.
It definitely got flagged for copyright, but whatever. It's such a shit game, and I don't think I have ever been more upset at a game in my fucking life.
You get the screaming.
Yep. All of it 100% justified.
The peaking of the mic.
Yes.
Well, no, the part of that was because I was using RTX voice. And I think, no, with Sonic 06, I don't think it was. I think the older Sonic 06 clips were, but like the ones where I was using Coco's current model, those I removed RTX voice from it, which was like, whenever I would get too loud, it would mute that sound for whatever reason. And it wouldn't let me actually like yell like I was supposed to, so it was never picking it up. Later on, I was just clipping the mic because I was so fucking loud.
Yes.
It's fine though. We don't worry about it.
Waifu clipping mics? Talbot.
I need to get like the waveforms for that, so people can see just how loud I actually get on things. When I'm genuinely frustrated.
We also need to do the meme of guy sees one thing, puts his hand up, like, and discuss, like, nah, I don't want this, and then waifu peeking mic, going, yeah.
Too bad. You come to my stream, you're gonna get what you're gonna get. What you see is what you get with me, for good or bad.
Charlie knows what meme I'm talking about, right?
I probably do.
What? I was reading.
Bees! That's a lot of bees, Fox.
That's a lot of bees.
Please.
Not enough bees.
I'm getting grounded flashbacks now. Having to fight bees. Is Charlie awake? I don't know. Are you awake, Charlie?
I'm mostly awake. I was setting up some things for VR chat here. And
Are you doing VR chat today? I didn't
we're
realize
doing
you were
VR chat tonight.
I did not realize that.
You should jump in, cause havoc.
I mean, I usually do. Cause havoc, I mean. I can't recall.
Do I even have VR chat installed? I don't even know if I do.
Nope.
I don't know.
Let's
Going
find
with-
out.
It's not that big.
Media. According to my media folder, which has all my shortcuts, VR chat is allegedly installed, but it also could be that the shortcut's there and the game is uninstalled.
So, tentative maybe on that one.
Go Rory!
Maybe I will. I don't know. VR chat, I always feel kind of lost in VR chat stuff. I don't know what to do.
We're not doing a whole lot. We're just hanging out for like an hour and a half with people, and then we're good. We're just saying hi to peoples.
Yeah. Oh, I did talk about this in Discord, but I'll mention it here as well. So if you're in my Discord server, not immediately soon, but in the next like couple weeks or so, we're gonna do a watch of all the Prehistoric Planet stuff because season 2 is coming out like in like 2 days. The thing is, we're going to Canada here in a few days. Obviously, I can't do that until I get back. But yeah, we will be watching Prehistoric Planet, which if you have not seen, I know Charlie has, but like for those of you watching, please watch that. Prehistoric Planet is so good. It's so fucking fun, and I like it a lot. I might be a little biased as somebody who went to school to try to learn paleontology stuff and has obsessed over dinosaurs and stuff since I was a child. Might be a little biased. However, you should watch Prehistoric Planet.
It is good. I liked it. I'm ready for the second season.
You're a second season, Charlie.
No, you.
What? Insane's
You're
trying to
the
say
only
I'm
second
aging out.
season.
That's the VTuber thing, right? If you're over like 25, you're an old person now on the internet.
Yeah.
Why-
Waifu is clearly 1.5.
Oh, I'm so over that limit. Like I'm 29 now. Like if according to Twitter, I'm like basically dead. I don't care if people like you guys can keep your age a secret. I don't really care about it. Like, for me, it's definitely one of those things that I'm like, The internet says I'm old. They say I'm gonna die soon. I'm too old
I'd be
for this
crumbling.
shit.
I'll
was
just
gonna
say
say,
I'm a zennial, so
Oh my god. What is that term?
Figure it
Why
out.
does that
Chief.
term even exist?
Figure it out. Yeah, according to Twitter, or Club Penguin, or whatever, one of those two. I know that's where the meme came from. I'm ancient. As it turns out, I am not a cute anime girl who's in their like late teens and early 20s. I'm just some guy who really likes to do cute art and is very, very opinionated. You're bursting Insane stream. Insane knows what I look like. In fact, most people know what I look like because I put it on Twitter. It's not like it's a secret. And Sang was probably one of the first people that actually learned what I looked like. Because anybody who has access to my private channel in Discord, the Salty Spittoon, they all have pretty much known what my name is and what I look like, and they have known that for a long time. That has not been a new thing.
Yeah.
There have been a few comparisons of to what I look like, and I think some of them are very funny. So why don't we? I'm at a stopping point. We can do this for a second. So let's take a little look-see at some of the things people have said I look like IRL. Let's see. Here's the first one. All right. If I were to shave my beard off, people say I look like this guy. I look like Milo from Atlantis. If I were to be babyface, this is what I would look like.
Maybe. Is your face that long though? Because you don't have that long face.
I mean, last I checked,
bit.
he isn't a square.
Yeah. The
Wife
other
is not a
one,
square.
and this is the one that Charlie will absolutely agree with because this is probably the most close to what I actually am, is a fucking welt in Star Rail and Impact Third. If I were to shave and get like this would be such an easy cosplay for me to do, actually.
Yeah.
Because I look like Welt. I'm like a fucking generic anime pro tag.
Just put that little gray stripe in there.
Yeah, it would be so easy to do. Some older ones I've heard, and I don't know that I agree with this one, but this is definitely something that I've heard a long time. Where's a good picture of him? Yeah, I don't really agree with this
Where's your
one.
emo Spider-Man?
Oh, we're getting to that. I gotta find a good picture of this though. So when I was younger, people said that I looked like Tony Hawk.
What?
And I don't really see it. Like, I don't really see this at all. I don't really see that I look like Tony Hawk, but I heard that a lot.
Sorry, I'm gonna have dial-up noises
No.
for the next 3 hours to compute.
No.
Yeah.
Idiots.
Figure that one out. Figure that one. I don't know. Figure that one out. Now then, Charlie has joked that when my hair gets too long, and it gets kind of like a little on the greasier side, and it starts kind of hanging down on my face, that I look like this. So apparently I look like that as well. So
Yeah, that's closer.
that is closer than Tony Hawk for sure. So yeah, take with that what you will. But yeah, that's a whole thing. You can find my stuff somewhere. I did like an art versus artist thing a while back, so there is an image somewhere. And I think there's actually a stream where my face was shown on screen briefly when I was playing around with the new Clip Studio Paint stuff. When 2.0 came out. Those will probably come out a little bit more often once I get like a decent camera. I don't think my like Logitech camera is particularly very good. And I have a little bit more ambitious things than just using a regular ass webcam.
Yes.
So eventually there will be IRL stuff, just not right now. Especially because I'm gonna have to fucking move here in like a couple months.
Again.
I know it. It's such a bitch. Moving sucks. Like, I just moved in August, and I don't want to have to move again. At the very least, this time I'm only moving, like, 3-4 hours away, not 8. Moving 8 hours away was really, really difficult and expensive.
Yeah. I'm so glad you're out of Florida. I don't think I would have visited you in Florida now in its current state. I'm just like, no, I'm just
I don't
avoiding
blame you.
Florida now.
Florida sucked, and I cannot... Even before all this shit went down, I don't know that I would have advised people to come to Florida. There's like... I know they'll be like, oh yeah, but the beach, it's so where you go to the beach. No, it's not worth it. It's never worth it.
The only reason you go to Florida is to go see your dogs.
Yeah, you go see gators.
Exactly. Go see Florida Man and his dogs. Only reason you go.
Yeah, there really is like no reason to go to Florida. It's not good. And then all the recent stuff that's been happening there just makes it even more reason to like not go there. It's just it is not worth it. Burp. Of course, I live in Alabama right now, and it's not like Alabama's any better, really.
Boing, 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 boing.
But soon I shall be leaving Alabama anyway, because fuck this state. I wanted to get out of the South, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I have lived in the South my entire life, and I never particularly cared for it.
Well, I'm very curious of what Canada's going to feel like.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not really sure what to expect, other than that poutine is not a dessert.
No.
My brain wants to believe it is, though.
No. We'll beat that out of your brain.
Like, I'm fully aware that it's not. Like, I know that, but my brain is like, poutine's like a donut hole covered in cinnamon sugar, and I'm like, no, it's not.
No.
It's not that. But my brain wants to believe it is. Look, I fight myself on this constantly. I don't know why my brain came up with that, but it is. And so if I have to live with it, so do you.
Small hemorrhage of the brain begins.
I don't think you were ready for the amount of shenanigans I'm going to bring to Canada.
You say this.
Yeah.
Actually, you might be the more equipped out of like most people. I think that like
That
some
reminds
people.
me, I need to go buy something on Monday to bring to Canada.
Are you bring? Is it for the plan? You gonna do the plan?
The plan. I've got a couple plans.
Oh no! Why does that?
Already, you're just like, oh no.
God fucking damn it!
You probably know what the plan is. We've talked about it on Salty. I'm not gonna say it here because obviously we don't want a
Was
record
I
of it. just
there
yet.
when you guys talked about it? Maybe I was AFK.
I don't
I
know.
don't know if you were there, actually. The plan.
Yes, it's a magnificent plan. Also, there's to do the plan. Yes, the do.
The doing.
PTSD begins.
I think a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're like this in real life." Like the moment that they meet me, they're like, "I cannot believe you were like this."
Oh yeah.
Blow up.
You know the one thing I figured we forgot to talk about in the meeting?
We had a meeting.
Yeah. Remember the meeting you couldn't make because you were at work?
Well, why would I remember a meeting I wasn't there for?
I'm talking about it, Shirley.
Yeah, okay. What about it?
We've got to figure out rooms.
I mean, we can just figure that out on the fly when we get there. It's not like it's that big of a deal. I have.
Guess if we want to be chaotic about it.
Does it really need like we can just figure it out? Like whoever's there, we're like, okay, you go over here, you go over there, no big deal. We'll figure it out.
Yes.
That shouldn't be that hard to figure out.
Oh, I get a phone call. I'm gonna have to jump off.
How dare?
Anyway, I gotta go get ready for stream in an hour. I get some food and I got a phone call. So I will catch you later.
You better go eat, Shirley. I'm gonna fight you.
Fine. I'll forgive you this one time.
This transgression will not be recorded into the annals of time.
The Library of Alexandria will not keep a record of this because it burned down. So it's fine.
Boy.
Bye. Yeah, I don't see it. It should be fine. It's no problem. We'll get it. No big deal. I think we're almost done here for this stream today, I think. We're getting there. Because I was only going to do like line art, and then we'll maybe tomorrow, depends. Might continue this and do the base colors and stuff, because that's going to take its own 7-8 hours to do. Look, art is hard. It takes a long time. God, adding this like thing to really unify the way the line art looks, it really does help. It's crazy how much that actually helps those. And I think every time I do this, I acknowledge that and still talk about it as if I just now came to that realization.
Yes.
Pretty sure I do that every time. So get used to it. It's probably going to happen again. I do want to do some fan art. There was something I was thinking about, and this is going to come up as kind of weird. So normally I draw like cute girls and stuff. This is what we do. I draw what I like. But I've been watching Godzilla the series, and I kind of want to draw the 98 Godzilla design. I kind of want to do some fan art. I feel like that'd be kind of fun. Because it's very unique, you know? And like the cartoon was really nice. The movie, kind of not, but the cartoon was good at the very least.
Yes.
Let's see, I was going to go rid of this too, I think. Doing that. Here. There. I think that's all of the areas that needed that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so let's turn it off, see what it looks like. This was what it was before. When we finished our like sketch things, and then we added this to thicken that up. Look how much nicer that looks. So let's do that. I think there's a couple of extra little details I wanted to add with my pen. A few little cleanup things. Probably should go get some dinner myself, honestly.
Yeah, why haven't you eaten yet?
Because I've been doing this. I've been doing art stuff. I've been trying to be productive. Trying to be, being the key word there. I gotta finish a lot of this stuff before the trip because I will be gone for like a week, and I'd like to have some progress done before that happens. That's not what I want. Stop it. There. Alright, there we go. So I will decide on some flats. I might do the flats off stream because I'll have to decide on like color scheme or everything's supposed to go and things like that. And then the next time we do this, we'll work on shading for this for sure. And then she'll be added to my roster of OCs. And then there's just one other pro tag, I guess, to do, and then there will be the villain. Or villains. I think there's a couple of villains. Yeah. But hey, you know what? This is pretty productive, because I was not this far along this morning. So we got the sketch redeem in the Shantae style, and then we have the OC in the Honkai style. Ish. In my own interpretation of it. So that was pretty good. Okay, I think that's it for the day. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching me work on this stuff. Thanks for popping in. And I'll tweet out when we're working on stuff again. If you're on YouTube, there's like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. You guys know how to do. I do read comments. Not that I get a whole lot of them, but I do see them and I do read them. And if I can think of something fun to reply to you with, I will reply to them if I can. Yeah, and if you're on Twitch, what are you doing? Go to YouTube. Twitch is dying.
Never.
Come to YouTube. Come over to my YouTube channel. There's things there.
Puzzle.
And somewhere or another, there is a Discord link. I don't know where it is, but there is a Discord link somewhere. So come join the Discord. Come hang out. We chat sometimes. Might have a movie